Alrighty, peace, love, and law, everyone. Welcome to In God We Trust Academy podcast and work session season 9. We are about to get ready to get started. We got about 8 more minutes, so you guys take your time, like, share, and subscribe if you're watching from anywhere on the platform. As of right now, we will not be on TikTok today. I don't feel like uploading. Maybe I should, though. Maybe later. Five more minutes, family. 5 more minutes, and we're going to get started. Like, share, and subscribe, man. Don't forget to engage with us wherever you are watching. Comment. Say something.
I bet the sun gon' shine on me. It's gonna shine. I bet the sun gon' shine on me. It's gonna shine. I've been through the rain. I've been through the storm. I've been through the pain, and it's hard to stay calm. Yeah. I bet the sun gon' shine on me. It's gonna shine. I bet the sun gon' shine on me. It's gonna shine. All of the pain inside, it's hard to let the shit ride. Homicide, why they take my nigga life? Seems I got some shit with my family, I'm trying to get it right. 2 daughters, 2 mother, 2 family, that's right. This the shit I live for, I keep that shit they kill for. Try to kill my spirit, yeah, my music what I heal from. Keep that weed coming, cause I ain't trying to feel nothing. That shit broke my heart when I caught my cousin stealing some. Tell me why me, when I'm really trying to build some. There's some young niggas, little bitches set me up, huh? Should've killed them niggas since then.
Few more minutes.
Probably 25 that life, I pull it from my hip, yeah. I've been through the rain, I've been through the storm, I've been through the pain, and it's hard to stay calm, yeah. I bet the sun gon' shine on me. It's gonna shine. I bet the sun gon' shine on me.
Let that sun shine.
I've been through the rain, I've been through the storm, I've been through the pain, and it's hard to stay calm, yeah. I bet the sun gon' shine on me. I bet the sun gon' shine on me. April 11th,
4 more minutes.
I lost my pops.
Got a few announcements we're going to make to you guys. So
My daughter dry, and you can't tell me life can't transform. And you can't tell me that I ain't the one. I done took blows from friends and family. I done made money with friends and family. When you get broke, just watch it handle it. It's time to ride. And niggas ain't down for you. Find that fire and then you start racking. You find that plug and then you start stacking. And niggas is robbing. You better stay packing. Ain't doing no talking, just know it's by action. Saying you love me, give me expression. We don't take pleas, ain't doing no confession. Nationality, I swear it's a blessing. Knowing I'm a king and I got the recipe. Give me the keys, you know I'm gonna run it.
Tennessee in the house.
Let's get to this money. You coming, little mama. LRP and we way up in God. I've been through the rain, I've been through the storm, I've been through the pain, and it's hard to stay calm.
3 more minutes. 3 more minutes, family. So at this particular time, man, I'll just give you guys some good news. The conference has finally been decided. Not where we're doing it at, but what we're gonna do it on, and we're gonna cover a couple things, man. So it's gonna be amazing. You'll see those things drop out to you guys within the next week or so, and gonna have plenty of time to prepare and be there or whatever the case may be. But this is going to be a magnificent, major conference, and in a way, it's gonna cover a lot of things that people are concerned or need to know more, or if you're fresh into this, and the especially at the price, right? It's going to be very well. So this is the great opportunity for everyone to be able to fellowship, and I hope to see so many people in person. So, and we're gonna make it to where you can. All right, so definitely waiting to see that. All right, Mondays and Wednesdays, guys. We right here. 11 a.m. Central Time, 6 p.m. Central Time. I will say today, man, I almost canceled it. I've been so sleepy and tired all day long. But I said, you know what? We're gonna keep pushing anyway. All right. That's when it counts, when you keep pushing anyway, right? So yeah, 6 p.m. Central Time to be here. Also, make sure you join our private group on Facebook. If you have not, you better. Because that's where a lot of stuff is going down at. And if you haven't, I feel sorry for you. You're missing stuff. And if you haven't gotten in the group yet, or you say you tried to, it's because you didn't answer all the questions. All right, the Lawman series. I'm going to continue to say how important this series is. It's very, 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 very important. And it's so important to, like, if you don't want to get the classes, that's perfectly fine. Does not matter. Get the ebooks. Seriously, the whole 10-volume series. So on the 25th, we're going to be on Procedure is Power, which is the second volume in this. I actually finished reading it up myself last night, and still, like I say, it's powerful. And like I say, everything that we're doing with the Lawman series, anything that you see the Lawman series on, is based off this. So this Master Merchant Lawman tax series that you're getting, you see what I'm saying? It comes from this, the Lawman. This is the first and original series. So that's why everything else is literally built off of this. So that's why I say it's so important, because this is going to literally place you in a very foundational building for yourself. A lot of people always ask me where to start, and, I couldn't point people out to certain books and stuff like that. So, I just been coming to do it this way. How much are the tax ebooks? I think it's like, you have to go look on the website, ingodwetrustacademy.com. All 10 of them are available right now. Trust me, it's going to be cheaper to buy it in bulk than it is one by one. But I understand if you have to buy one by one, whatever best fits you, I understand. All right, so don't forget to book with us, Kaya Retreats. Love to travel and hate the legwork. Well, text trip to 256-263-0771 so that we can help you get started. All right. And stay in touch with us on all of the platforms that you are hearing and seeing us at this particular time. We're still doing trust, one-on-one trust setup as well, and it's still available to you guys if you want that in GodWeTrustAcademy.com. And we also got the Surety Ship coming out. The series will be dropping. All right. The special class for that month will be happening as well. So you're going to be able to, something special is going to come out for this too. So if you want to be a part of this, you're more than welcome. 5-book volume series, and we're going to get you there. All right. So with that being said, the Status Correction Power Law and Money Blueprint, this is still available. It will be available to April the 2nd, 2026. So, yes, these are from the previous season. Yes, they're from the previous season. However, in the bundle and the way that they are being given, is way cheaper than separately by itself. But just the most powerful information and all in one of what you can have when it comes to understanding commerce, the law merchant, how to answer back to these people and things of that nature. You do see water, earth, wind, and fire. They all hold their significance and meaning and what they are to able to do for you. But again, they all complement one another. So if you're interested in that, either or, whether it's just the ebooks or the classes, you are welcome to that as well. And we also got the FCRA. I'm going to finish this up with you guys in the morning, so on the rising. So when we get there, we'll do this. If you see it, if you're there when I'm doing it, then great. If not, then just know it will still be in the group. I was gonna get up to do it today, but like I said, it's just been one of those days for me today. So also we still got the raffle to give away. Remember the cash app is MNRP 0619. Again, MNRP 0619. Now you can get two tickets. If you in our group, you already see the ebooks that are being offered. If you get two tickets, we did add 2 to 3 more, I think, for sure. So if you do have the Creditor Slayer, the Foreclosure, and the Killing the Presumption of Death, then there are others as well if you are interested in those. So just remember that. And bingo night is Friday night. The whole surety ship class uh, event that we're gonna do that is gonna happen in April. Dang, I wasn't supposed to say that, but it is. And I'm gonna be able to get that to a winner of this class Friday night. So if you want to be a part of that, make sure that you're there so you can have a chance to win that and other prizes, other ebooks, stuff like that as well. And the new ebooks that I said that is for the raffle is in there. And you also get a free raffle as well. So, and the giveaway is in June the 20th. So do understand that. Somebody winning a car. Know who? Whoever participated gonna win. Somebody. All right. So how you guys doing out there?
Doing good, man. Being blessed, man. By you. How you doing, man? Everything good?
I'm doing well, man. I am doing well. Cannot complain. Cannot complain at all. So let me see who all we got in here with us today. We got 22. We got less people today. Little 6 o'clock venue, but it's all good. We still in here. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and hit this record button and we're gonna jump it off for ourselves. All right, again, welcome to In God We Trust Academy and Work Session Season 9. Guys, we thank you for everything that you do, for making this possible every single time. And all of the work that you guys put in yourself just to show that our hard work and study is not in vain. So we definitely appreciate you guys for that. Keep working hard, keep going hard, and that's all we're going to ask from each and every last one of you. Um, Everything that you hear from this point forward is for educational and religious purposes only. Anybody seeking any form of legal advice, please do seek a legal advisor. All right. And all praise to the Most High. Cannot forget that. All right. So this volume is what testimonies, right quick? Yay, nay. Any testimonies?
Oh, one.
Who said I have one?
Tamika.
Because you said that with so proudly. I'm ready to hear it.
Well, I wound up getting me a car back last year, and I had never did the registration and all of that stuff. And I have been waiting. I have been nervous. I ain't even gonna lie. I have been nervous because of some friends had did the DLT process. They have been getting a lot of, you know, little struggle, whatever like that. But I wound up getting my stuff taken care of. But I had got pulled over last week after dropping my children off at school. And I just left court today, and I just walked up there and I didn't get a chance to put my stuff on the record, but I handed them my conveyance for the car into my trust that I had did back when I got the car, and showed them my trust, that trust document or whatever, and they dismissed it. So I'm just gonna go back and do what I need to do to recoup.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank
Definitely
you. So
congratulations to that.
I am gonna go ahead and go forward with the DLT process, since I see even without a plate or anything on there, they still can't touch me. So yeah.
Absolutely. Congratulations on everything that
Thank
you
you.
have done. Absolutely. All right. Anybody else? All praise to the Most High. Anybody else? They ain't even ask you no questions, huh?
No, I was in and out, and I mean, quite naturally, since my last name is T, but it was still wasn't nobody behind me. And literally, he just asked like, "Is if I got the registration taken care of?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's taken care of the way it needs to be." And he was like, "Okay, well, just show." He had pointed to the officer that was close to the podium, and I had showed him the conveyance into the trust, and he was like, "Well, it looks like everything is good to go here, and her registration is to the trust." So it was like, okay, well, it's dismissed. Don't need to, don't need to come back. We'll dismiss that ticket. And he also read off the date, which was 5/28 of 25, that it was taken care of into the trust.
And just like that, he said, well, what I see is registered.
Pretty much.
Hey, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Congratulations. For real, for real. Anybody else before we get started? Alrighty. Purpose of this volume. So we on volume 7, International Withholding and WA series. High risk, zero tolerance territory. This volume exists to prevent irreversible compliance errors in international taxation and withholding. A single incorrect filing in this domain can trigger automatic withholding, create false U.S. tax nexus, convert non taxable income into taxable income, and impose withholding agent liability. Create permanent IRS records that cannot be undone. And this volume teaches when international filings are lawful and when silence is mandatory. So, this, I know a lot of people want to hear this one today. So, objective is before jurisdiction, before withholding, before forms, before elections, the law requires a single determination to be made where income is source. Source is not reporting, is not a reporting concept. It is a jurisdictional gatekeeper. If income is not sourced within the United States under statute, then no downstream obligation can lawfully attach under Title 26 unless it's explicitly elected. Every international tax error begins with a failure at this step. Right? So, income source is not determined by convenience, assumption, or payer behavior. Congress codifies source rulings in Internal Revenue Code subsection 861 through 865, creating exclusive categories that define when income is treated as U.S. source and when it is treated as foreign source. The provisions do not ask who paid the income, where the account is located, or what currency was used. They only ask one question: what is the legal nature of the income, and where does the income producing activity or asset legally arise? Sources rules are mechanical. They do not bend to equity arguments, moral reasoning, or platform policies. If income does not meet the statutory definition of U.S. source, it is foreign source as a matter of law, regardless of how it is reported by third parties. Why payer location is legally irrelevant. One of the most persistent and costly errors in international taxation is the belief that income is U.S. source simply because the payer is a U.S. person, the platform is U.S. based, or the payment cleared through a U.S. bank. The contract was written in the United States. None of these factors appear in subsection 861 through 865 as determinative sourcing criteria. The code does not source income based on the payer's residence. It sources income based on the income producing activity or property. Payer location becomes relevant only in very narrow statutory contexts, such as certain interest rules, and even then, only because Congress explicitly says so. So when payer location is used as a sourcing proxy, the result is almost always over withholding. false U.S. income classification, and unnecessary filing exposure. So that really means that you didn't classify things correctly yourself, is what it means, right? So services income versus capital income. The law draws a hard distinction between service income and capital-based income. Service income is sourced where the services are physically performed, not where the contract is signed, not where the client is located, and not where the payment is received. If services are performed outside the United States, the income is foreign source, even if the payer is a U.S. entity. The funds are paid from a U.S. account. The invoice is issued to a U.S. address. This rule is absolute unless a specific statutory exception applies. Capital income is sourced because on the location or status of the income producing asset, not the owner. This category includes interest, dividends, rents, royalties, gains from sales or exchange of property. Each of these income types has its own securities, its own sourcing rule, and misclassifying one as another is primary cause of unlawful withholding. So, interest is generally sourced based on the residence of the obligor, not the lender. However, the rule contains multiple exceptions and carves out that override platform assumptions. Not all interest paid by U.S. persons is U.S. source, and not all foreign interest is foreign source. Excuse me. The Treasury regulators further refined this category, making interest one of the most misunderstood source classes. Dividends are sourced based on the residence of distributing corporations, subject to statutory exceptions. This rule does not apply to distributions that are not dividends under the code, a distinction often ignored in practice. So rents and royalties are sourced based on the location of the property or rights being used, not the location of the actual payer. Real property rent is sourced when the property is physically located, where the property is physically located, and intellectual property royalties are sourced where the IP is used, not where it is licensed. This distinction alone invalidates thousands of automatic withholding actions each year. So you got sales of property. Sales sourcing depends on whether the property is real property, inventory, personal property, and tangible. Each category follows a separate rule. And mixing them creates false taxable events, and you don't want to mix them. So withholding regimes do not independently determine tax liability. They operate on presumptions, right? So when income is missourced as U.S. source, withholding becomes automatic because the law presumes exposures. Once withholding is triggered, the burden shifts to the recipient. Refund recovery become procedural, not substantive. Filing obligations may be created retroactively. Most withholding disasters do not occur because tax was owed. They occur because source was never correctly established at the beginning. Platforms withhold because they are incentive to eliminate risk, not because the law requires it in every case. The law, however, does not excuse incorrect classification simply because it was convenient. Source determination controls everything that flows. So once source is properly established, jurisdiction can be evaluated, withholding applicability becomes clear, and forum usage becomes binary, required or prohibited. So treaty analysis become possible. Filing obligations either exist or collapse entirely. Skipping this step or performing it incorrectly guarantees downstream failure. No election, affidavit, treaty claim, or amending filing can fix a source error once jurisdiction has been conceded. So you cannot fix a source error at all. Okay? You can't fix it. So U.S. versus foreign income. Hold on just a second, people. So once income has been properly sourced under statute, the next entirely separate question must be answered. Does United States tax law have jurisdiction or reach over that income at all? So jurisdiction is not created by economic activity alone. It is created only where Congress has lawfully extended authority, only where the conditions for that extension has been satisfied. All right. So U.S. income is a jurisdictional classification, not a description. So the Internal Revenue Code does not tax income earned in the United States in a general sense. It taxes specific classes of income received by specific categories of persons under explicit statutory authority. The phrase U.S. income is therefore not descriptive. It is jurisdictional. It means income that Congress has lawfully brought within the scope of Title 26 through statute, not income that merely touches U.S. infrastructure or counterparties. Income can be economically connected to the United States without being legally taxable by the United States. The code recognizes this distribution by separating source rules, the status rules, and jurisdictional triggers, each of which must independently exist before taxation is authorized. So, what makes income U.S. income under law? Income is treated as U.S. income only when all required jurisdictional elements are present simultaneously. First, the income must be classified as U.S. source under subsection 861 and 865, or must otherwise fall into category that Congress has explicitly subjected to U.S. tax regardless of source. So the recipient must fall within the class of persons over whom Congress has asserted taxing authority. Third, no statutory exclusion, exception, or limitation must apply to remove the income from the authority. So if any one of these elements is missing, the income is not U.S. income for tax purposes. Regardless of how it is labeled, reported, or processed by third parties, the code does not authorize taxation by proximity, convenience, or assumption. It authorizes taxation only by statute. Only. So what makes it foreign? Foreign income is not defined by foreign residency, banks, or contracts. It is defined by the absence of U.S. jurisdiction. Income is foreign income when it is either foreign source and not otherwise pulled into U.S. taxing authority, or when it is received by a person outside the class Congress has chosen to tax. Foreign income can pass through U.S. system, be paid by U.S. entities, or be denominated in U.S. dollars without losing its foreign character, right? So the code does not convert foreign income into U.S. income merely because the United States touches the transaction. Jurisdiction must affirmatively establish, not inferred, right? So why residency myth destroys filing? One of the most damaging and misconception in tax compliance is the belief that residency alone determines taxability. The Internal Revenue Code does not tax based on physical presence alone, nor does it treat residence as synonymous with jurisdiction in all cases. Residency affects classification, but classification does not automatically create tax liability. So, remember, residency myth caused individuals to file returns that they were never required to file, to report income that was never taxable, and to submit forms that irrevocably concede jurisdiction. Once jurisdiction is conceded through filing, the law enforces the filing as voluntary election, even if the filing was legally unnecessary. So, residency does not override source rules. Treating residency as the controlling factor collapses every safeguard Congress built in the code. So, citizenship, tax status versus jurisdiction. Citizenship, tax status, and jurisdiction are three separate legal concepts that are routinely conflated, often with catastrophic results. Citizenship is a political status. Tax status is a statutory classification. Jurisdiction is a legal authority that must be affirmatively established. So citizenship alone does not automatically define the character of every dollar received. Tax status must be determined under the code, and jurisdiction must be applied to that status in relation to the income at issue. So the code itself recognizes multiple classification with both citizens and non-citizens, each with different tax consequences. So assuming that citizenship resolves all questions, removes the analysis Congress required and replaces law with presumptions. Presumptions always operate against the filer. I mean, like, it's kind of getting to the point to where, especially if you understand VPNs and stuff like that, you can be here in United States of America and making, especially when it comes to the internet, and you could be making so much money right now. And then here's another thing. Because what happens when your contract is being governed according to different laws? Are y'all hearing what I'm asking y'all? What happens? Because I don't know. Let's say if it's governed by different laws, and different laws requires different taxation, different, which makes it foreign as well. And there's no jurisdiction for them to create a taxation on a contract that's governed according to foreign laws, even if it, as you see, denominated into U.S. dollars. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know if y'all thinking what I'm thinking, but I know what I'm thinking. What you say, Heather?
Can you give an example?
Far as what?
Well, people talk about the U.S. jurisdiction, territorial jurisdiction as um, Washington, D.C., and um, certain territories that are federal territories in the
Yeah,
state.
but federal territory is still United States. So
Right. That's what I
it
mean.
don't change nothing. If it's not even really about where you at. What I mean by just being, if you like, the internet is broad. It's a broad thing. So you could be literally, let's say, here where you at right now, and let's say you got a platform set up. All right. Now let's just say you using this platform that in the United States too. But the laws that governs your transactions, etc., is not of the United States. So that means that there is no statutory law or jurisdiction for them to imply a tax upon you, because there's no United States law that's governing the transaction and activity, if that makes sense. Like, a tax is automatically implied on these particular things. It's because most contracts is governed by the state laws somewhere. So that automatically opens it up to be imposed a tax, because it creates statutory imposing liabilities based upon the transaction, classification of persons, and or it could be the particular activity. Just depends. But my point is, since everything directs and relates back to the law, then what law says that they have the right to tax something to where their laws does not govern that particular contract? So a lot of people that do this foreign jurisdiction stuff, they go and do the whole Taiwan thing, right? How many of y'all in here done it before?
I did.
I mean,
Right. So if you did that, then what that means is all your contracts can be done like you're there and under that particular laws and stuff like that. Let's just say that. And you using your trust for that. So now that means it's all tax exempt anyway. It's not U.S. source income.
I see now. That makes so much sense to me now that you done explained it this way. It connected a whole lot of dots for me, man. Thank you. I get
Yeah,
it.
it's no longer considered to be U.S. source. I mean, that's just by what we read and what the laws say. I mean, that's just a thought. So now you got to think about all these companies having offshore companies, shell companies, offshores, running money through that, making them pay them through offshore companies, and then denominating that money into United States dollars. And as you just seen, like, even if it's denominated into United States dollars, they can't tax it because of the source. You got to remember, source means the beginning. So where it derived from in the beginning was never considered to be U.S. source income nor taxable income at all. Now you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Hmm. I think about just picking up, moving all my businesses without ever getting up moving. Now you see why majority of now, let's just look at this. And I gotta keep reading. But let's just look at this from a well, look, let me read this first part. So it says, when U.S. law has no reach at all, there are lawful circumstances in which U.S. tax law has no reach whatsoever, even though the transactions involve U.S. persons, U.S. system, U.S. payment channels. In those cases, filing does not clarify obligation, it creates them. Silence is not avoided. Silence is compliance with no statutory duty exists. When income is foreign source received by a person not subject to the U.S. taxing jurisdiction for that income and not pulled into jurisdiction by statutory provision, Title 26 does not apply. No form is required to establish that facts. Filing cannot improve the legal position and can only degrade it. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. They don't got no reach. It don't matter if the transactions involve a U.S. person, the U.S. system, U.S. payment channels, and the U.S. dollar. If the whole entire transaction was done in the outside source that they never had power to tax or consider to be U.S. source income, they can't. Because again, what laws do they have actually to govern those particular contract that is not within their jurisdiction? So if you say your contracts was governed by the laws of Taiwan or whatever, then they can be governed by those particular laws, but all your payment channels and everything is that. Remember, classification is everything. So you can easily say this is not U.S. source income. I don't give a damn what channel it ran through. And that's a fact. So jurisdiction must exist before any form exists. Forms do not create jurisdiction. They presume it. Every international form operates on the assumption that the filer has already determined that U.S. tax law applies. Filing before that determination is complete reverse the burden of proof and converts uncertainty into liability. So jurisdiction must therefore be resolved before any consideration of reporting, withholding, or elections. Once jurisdiction is conceded through filing, the law enforces the consequences exactly as written, regardless of the intent or misunderstanding. So, at the conclusion of this chapter, distinguish economic activity from legal jurisdiction with certainty. Identify whether income is U.S. income or foreign income under law. Reject residency-based assumptions that create false filings. Separate citizenship, tax status, and jurisdiction without overlap. And determine whether Title 26 applies at all before filing anything. So, this takes us all the way back to what word?
Classification.
Classification all day long. All day long. For real. So now, let's see. Trying to make sure we all on the same page. So, effectively connected income. So effectively connected income is the most misunderstood and most abused concept in international taxation. It is not a synonym for business income. It is not created by convenience, and it does not arise simply because income flows through U.S. channels. ECI is a jurisdictional attachment mechanism narrowly defined and tightly constrained by statute and regulation. So when applied correctly, it limits U.S. taxing authority. When applied incorrectly, it manufactures tax exposure where none existed. So, and that's going to be always. If you do something incorrectly, it exposes you to be taxed or penalized or whatever the case they try to say, right? So, effectively connected income does not describe where income is earned. It describes whether income is legally connected to the conduct of a U.S. trade or business in a manner sufficient to justify net basis taxation by the United States. The concept exists solely to define the outer boundary of U.S. taxing authority over foreign persons who engage in limited activity within the U.S. jurisdiction. ECI does not apply to all income. It applies only after three independent determinations have already been made. First, the income must be properly sourced. Second, the recipient must be a person capable of being subject to ECI treatment. Third, a U.S. trade or business must exist as a matter of law. So there you go. So what if that U.S. trade or business does not exist? like that in the matter of law, in their law, because that's what you're saying. When they say as a matter of law, it means according to the statutes of the state. So if any one of these elements is absent, ECI cannot exist regardless of how income is reported or labeled. So the existence of a U.S. trade or business is a threshold requirement because ECI cannot exist in the absence of a U.S. trade or business. This is not a factual judgment based on effort or revenue volume. It is a legal determination based on regularity, continuity, and the nature of activities conducted within U.S. jurisdiction. Sporadic transactions, isolated payments, or passive involvement do not meet this threshold. A U.S. trade or business is not created by receiving payments from U.S. persons, using U.S. platforms, or holding accounts within U.S. financial institutions. Those facts are legally irrelevant unless they are tied to active, continuous business operation physically or functionally carried out in the United States. Without that operational presence, ECI analysis never begins. Well, you got to understand what governs its contracts is the law itself that it places itself up under. So again, if the laws of the United States is not what's governing that contract, how can they ever impose a liability? Is it possible? It's not, according to the law, right? At all. So without the operational presence, ECI analysis never begins. So the law distinguishes between business activity and business connection. Only the former can give rise to the ECI. Business activity requires purposeful engagement, income producing operations within U.S. jurisdiction, conducted with sufficient frequency and substance to constitute a trade or business. So mere ownership of income producing assets, receipt of passive income, or contractual relationship with U.S. counterparties does not meet this threshold. The activity must be attributable to the taxpayer, not to the intermediary platforms or payers. When this distinction is ignored, ECI is falsely presumed and jurisdiction is unlawfully expanded. The asset, use, and business activities test. So even when the U.S. trade or business exists, income is not automatically treated as effectively connected. The law imposes two additional tests that must be satisfied: the asset use test and the business activities test. Under the asset use test, income is effectively connected only if it is derived from assets that are used or held for use in the conduct of the U.S. trade or business. Assets held outside the business, even if owned by the same person, do not qualify. See? Classification, guys. Under the business asset activities, income is effectively connected only if the activities of the U.S. trade or business were a material factor in producing the income. Incidental relationships are insufficient. The business must meaningfully contribute to the generation of the income itself. Failure to satisfy either test precludes the ECI treatment, even where a U.S. trade or business exists. So when income is not ECI, by definition, certain categories of income are not effectively connected by definition, regardless of surrounding circumstances. Passive income that is foreign source, not attributable to U.S. business asset, cannot be ECI through recharacterization. Income that is expressly excluded by statute cannot be pulled into ECI through interpretation. So attempting to force ECI where the statute does not authorize, it converts a jurisdictional limit in a jurisdictional surrender. The law does not allow ECI to be inferred merely because doing so would simplify reporting or align with platform expectations. Again, classification, man. And the more I see it, I mean, even classifying things written in your declaration of trust or in your business or LLCs or whatever that you may have, you need to fully be able to classify things and what things are for. Do not leave it on the broad perspective. And if you classify it there, then you will automatically know that it's classified for when you file taxes. Or even if you have to file, you might not have to file shit because they keep telling you, if it don't require you to file, don't file. Stay silent. You understand what I'm saying?
Indeed.
All right.
In other words, keep it in the private.
I mean, it just means be silent. I don't want to use that. Keep it in. I mean, I guess it's just private to you. Like you just don't report it. It's nothing to literally report to them because it does not cause a time for you to file. A lot of people just feel like they made some money. Some money came through their bank. Oh, it's time to file. No. If somebody donates you $15,000 right now, and then they report it through your bank account, and it's up to you if you go say, well, I need this money right here, this is how much, and then you put it on your filing as if it was a form of income. How? When it was a full donative gift, that's not something that is considered to be income. So,
In that case, could we use like the value for value with one another?
mm-mm.
Like I value you for 1,500, you value me for 1,500, so nobody owe anything.
No, it just needs to be a full donation without nothing involved in it. No terms of service, no nothing. It's just out of the free of my heart I
Okay.
gave. I don't want,
Okay.
ain't no value for value. And now if you just want to do something out of the free of your heart, then do it. But out of the free of my heart I gave. That's it. There was no stipulations. There was no nothing tied to it. It's just for you to do it. Now, if you understand what I said, you still can get done exactly what you was trying to say without saying what you said. Just do it. I shouldn't have to stipulate it or anything. It should just come from the goodness of your heart. Just like you donating your time right now. So that's how it works. Why ECI elections are irreversible traps? Well, I ain't got to say why. Because once you do, as you've been knowing the whole entire time, if you file what we've been saying the whole time, if you file these particular things, then it's going to expose you to taxes, right? And it's going to be enforced on you. It enforces strictly because the statute allows it to do so. So what begins as an attempt to be a complaint, often results in permanent exposure that did not exist prior to filing. So don't do something you ain't supposed to do. ECI is frequently misunderstood as a protected classification that allows expenses and deductions in exchange for reporting. In reality, ECI is an expansion of jurisdiction, not a benefit. It converts gross basis with the withholding regimes into net basis taxation, opens the door to audits, and creates ongoing filing obligations. So using the ECI's defensive strategy reverses the structure Congress created. The statute does not reward voluntary exposure. It enforces it. So if you ain't got the point is this. Don't elect it if you ain't supposed to be reporting no way. If you have if it's a foreign source of income, then ECI ain't got nothing to do with you to be electing or trying to do anything about because you want an extra penny or a dollar. Just accept the fact that you ain't taxed and you ain't got to be taxed and you've been making good money. Got it?
Got it.
Don't press the issue. So ECI must be proven, not presumed. The burden of establishing ECI rests on the party asserting it. So absent clear statutory authority and factual support, ECI does not exist. So it is not taxpayers' obligation to disprove ECI where no U.S. trade or business exists. It is the government obligation to establish it where jurisdiction is claimed. So if you claim it, then they're going to look into it and see if you proved it. If they see anything that goes or against it or exposes you to anything else, then they're going to use it against you. So don't do something you're not supposed to. All right? Voluntary filings that concede ECI relieve the government of that burden and permanently alter the legal posture of the income. So at conclusion of this chapter, determine whether a U.S. trade or business exists as a matter of law. Apply that the asset use and business activities test correctly. Identify income that cannot be ECI by definition. And recognize when ECI is being created by election rather than statute. So you can elect it. Conclude with certainty whether ECI exists or does not exist. But the whole entire point is you need to make sure you know. Because that way you can be not falling into certain traps, right? So now we're finna talk about fixed, determinable, and annual or periodical income. And we're going to say FDAP is the statutory engine that drives automatic withholding in international tax systems. So FDAP is not a list of income types. It is a characterization rule that applies to certain classes of income that share a common feature. They are passive in nature, measurable without reference to ongoing business activity. The statute does not require income to be paid annually or periodically in practice. The terms annual and periodical describe the character of the income, not the payment schedule. So income is considered fixed when the amount is known or can be calculated in advance. It is determinable when the amount can be ascertained by reference to an external standard, and it is annual or periodical when it arises from recurring or continuing right, even if payment occurs only once. The law focuses on the nature of the right to receive the income, not on how often the fund changes hands. Okay? So FDAP is a withholding regimen, not a tax system. FDAP exists to support withholding, not to determine ultimate tax liability. And Congress, dang, my screen just went black. Hold on, y'all. Can y'all see my screen still? Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, this computer about to get fired. That's the second time it's been tripped out on me this week. Third time's a charm. I'll be fully reset and then handing it to one of the kids. Keep on acting up. Get on up out of here quick. All right. So the FDAP is a withholding regime, not a tax system. FDAP exists to support withholding, not to determine ultimate tax liability. Congress created FDAP to allow the United States to collect tax at the source on certain passive income paid to foreign persons without requiring ongoing jurisdictional oversight. As a result, FDAP operates as gross amounts without regard to profitability, expenses, or economic outcome. The withholding agent is required to withhold a statutory rate whenever FDAP income is paid unless a specific statutory reduction applies. The agent is not authorized to evaluate fairness, necessity, or actual tax exposure. The obligation is mechanical and immediate. FDAP triggers default 30% withholding. Man, that's a lot. The default 30% rate is not punitive, it is protective. Congress imposed a flat gross basis rate because FDAP recipients, by definitions, are not engaged in U.S. trade or business that would subject them to net-based taxation and audit oversight. The rate compensates for the lack of ongoing enforcement mechanism. Once income is classified as U.S. source, FDAP and paid to the foreign person, withholding attaches automatically unless a statutory exception or treaty reduction applies. No election is required. No filing by the recipient is necessary to trigger the obligation. The law imposes withholding at the moment of payment. Man, I know I wouldn't go that route. Ain't no way. 30%? Gross versus net income treating. FDAP is always taxed on a gross basis. Deductions, offsets, cost of productions, and business expenses are irrelevant. This is not an oversight. It is a structural feature of the regime. FDAP assumes passivity because the income is not effectively connected to a U.S. trade or business. The code does not allow expense allocation. So attempting to introduce expenses into an FDAP analysis misunderstands the nature of the classification. So if expenses matter, the income is not FDAP. If the income is FDAP, expenses do not matter. There is no overlap. So that's good. That's good to know. But yeah, 30%, I ain't going this way. Now, some of y'all, if that sound good to you, we're gonna send you to Dr. Seuss to get you some green eggs and ham or something. You know what I'm saying? Because you might be tripping. For real. Why expenses do not matter in FDAP is intentionally indifferent to economic margin. Congress chose certainty over precision. The withholding agent does not inquire into profitability, and the recipient does not compute net income at the withholding stage. The only relevant questions are whether the income is FDAP in character and whether it is U.S. source and whether the recipient is a foreign person. So they saying the fact that you foreign, you over here making it, man, we're going to go and take that 30% now. We're going to take way more. And we're going to ensure that we protecting ourselves because there are so many other mechanics to where you don't have to report. So at this particular point in time, we consider that this is a fixed determined type of income and stuff. Yeah, we finna go ahead and hit you. Yeah. Whether it's fixed, determined, annual, or periodical, we finna go and get that 30% up out you right now. You know, and then if we did, we gonna withhold that. So withholding means now you got to go and show proof that they owe you. Y'all know that, right? what they owe you back. That's what they mean. So that's the reason why a lot of y'all got federal withholding. Now you got to go file your taxes to show that they owe you money, right? Now you got the burden of proof because you let them hold out on you. So that's one of the things. Common FDAP categories includes interest, dividends, rents, royalties, annuities, and certain other passive payments. However, not every payment that resembles these categories qualifies. The statutory source and rules and definitional boundaries must still be satisfied. Mislabeling income as FDAP simply because it is passive in appearance leads to improper withholding. So, when it's incorrect, it fails when any required element is missing. Income that is foreign source cannot be FDAP for U.S. withholding purposes. See? Income that is effectively connected to a U.S. trade or business is not FDAP, even if it is passive in form. Income that is not fixed or determinable does not qualify, regardless of any payer behavior. So it has to be fixed or determinable. If it's not, it don't qualify. I don't care at all. So don't try to let somebody add that to you or you add it to yourself because it's not. So the FDAP does not create jurisdiction. Withholding does not establish the income is ultimately taxable, nor does it create ongoing jurisdiction. It is a collection mechanism only. However, when recipients respond to FDAP withholding by filing unnecessary returns or making improper election, they often create jurisdiction that did not previously exist. So don't be filing no bullshit that's going to put you in a situation where you got withholding. So now, fixed, determinable income, things of that nature, such as rents and stuff like that. And then you're going to do foreign source income and things of that nature, then you need to know. You might want to reclassify that in a different way. I don't know what you need to do with 30%. That's kind of steep. That's pretty wild. Maybe that money needs to be for something else. You know, maybe you need to say that your people that's written is actually donating this amount of money and they live there for free. But you got to have good people to do that because you get some evil people, they're going to take advantage of that. They're going to be living in your house forever. Talking about, oh, well, you said the money, I could donate it. And they may not donate till shit, the day they ready to leave out your place. You know, you got to make sure you're dealing with good people, man. A good circle of people. One that help you that understands any of this for real. But you know how it goes. International withholding law does not focus on who owes tax. It focuses on who must collect. Who must collect? Who must collect it? So the Internal Revenue Code assigns enforcement responsibility not to the recipient of income, but to the party positioned to control payment. The party is the withholding agent. All right, so this chapter exposes where liability actually attaches, how is it imposed, and why most withholding disputes are not tax disputes at all, but liability shifting events. So a withholding agent is any person or entity that has control, receipt, custody, disposal, or payment authority over income that may be subject to withholding under the code. This definition is intentionally broad. It does not require ownership of the funds, profit motive, or contractual responsibility for tax compliance. Control alone is sufficient. So the withholder's agent role is statutory, not elective. If a party is in a position to withhold, the law treats that party as responsible, regardless of intent or understanding, because ignorance of the law is inexcusable. The statute does not ask whether the party agreed to act as a withholding agent. It asks only whether the party had the power to withhold. Do you got that power? Withholding agent liability is personal, meaning it attaches directly to the agent and is enforceable against the agent's own assets. It is also non-delegable. So now, meaning it cannot be transferred. They can't delegate it to anybody. Waived or avoided through private agreement. Contracts that purpose to assign withholding responsibility to another party do not affect the government's enforcement rights. If withholding is required and not performed, the withholding agent becomes liable for the full amount that should have been withheld, plus penalties and interest, even if the income, Lord have mercy, y'all got companies that y'all paying folks. Y'all better withhold it for y'all be responsible for paying, not them people. So yeah, the recipient later pays tax to prove that the tax was ultimately due. The liability arises from the failure to withhold, not from the recipient's tax position. So, man, withholding liability exists even when tax liability does not. One of the most counterintuitive features of withholding law is that withholding liability can exist independently of tax liability. And the code authorizes the government to collect from the withholding agent without first establishing that the recipient owed tax. This structure exists because the withholding is a collection mechanism, not a tax determination. As a result, arguments about source jurisdiction, treaty protection, or exemptions do not protect the withholding agent unless they were resolved before payment was made. Once payment occurs without withholding, liability attaches immediately and cannot be retroactively cured by explanation or documentation. So it's really their duty to do the withholding if they have the power to do so as well, even if there is no tax liability. All right. Backup withholding is separate enforcement, a regime designed to address uncertainty rather than classification. It applies when required information is missing, incorrect, or unreliable, regardless of whether the income would otherwise be subject to withholding. So they were holding anyway. So if you haven't made sure that you have the correct information and that it's reliable and things of that nature, then yeah, they're gonna withhold from you. Private indemnification, and it is really right that they have to, because you just seen that if they don't, even without tax liability, and they don't exercise their power or what the statute holds them to do, they gonna be fined, and then they got to pay what they were supposed to withhold. Like, I think I'm gonna withhold something too if you ain't gave me the correct information. Wouldn't y'all?
Yeah.
Especially if you finna be responsible for paying. Man, yo. So private indemnification agreements do not eliminate withholding agents' liability. At most, they create a private right of reimbursement after liability has been imposed and satisfied. They do not bind the government and do not limit enforcement. Relying on indemnification clauses misunderstands the structure of withholding law. The government does not care who ultimately bears the economic burden. It cares only that the withholding agent complied at the moment payment was made. Failure to withhold cannot be cured by later reimbursements. Can't do it. So there's no indemnification myth with the government. Now, it didn't say that. It's just saying that they still gonna come out to you personally. Now, however you handle your private matter with who, would, what, when, where, and how, that's on you. You have to take that to your own civil claims for that, right? But it ain't gonna bother you with that. So why platforms shift liability instantly? Platform acts as withholding agents because of control payment flow. All right. They therefore carry statutory liability unless they can shift it. The fastest and most effective way to shift liability is to presume withholding, over withhold, or block payments entirely until documentation satisfies their internal risk threshold. This behavior is not driven by tax precision. It is driven by liability avoidance. Platforms are incentivized to classify broadly, withhold aggressively, and demand documentation even when the law does not require it, because the statute penalizes under withholding, not over withholding. So, that goes back to with the banks when we read about last week, that they over-report on purpose, because under-reporting will get them taxed. But ain't it crazy how they can overly do something and this and that to keep from being penalized? But it's like you did something and you wasn't quite sure, and they should be able to settle that matter or fix the matter for you or whatever the case may be and not be penalized too. That's
crazy, right?
Yeah, that's a little weird, ain't it? Everything aimed at you is like, get it wrong, penalized. At them, it's just kind of like, hey, if you don't report enough, you better over exaggerate. I don't care if you keep every dollar they got except for 2 cents. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can come get that from us. You know what I'm saying? Like there ain't no real consequences behind that, right? And as I'm seeing, there's no law that would probably get, because it's really that they are to withhold, but it said 30% though. So, Liability is created when a payment subject to withholding is made without proper withholding. Intent is relevant, knowledge is irrelevant, and reasonable is irrelevant, and the law enforces outcome, not mindset. That's just enough right there. Ignorance of the law is inexcusable. The recipient is not the focus on the enforcement. It's not the recipient, right? Contrary to the common belief, the income recipient is not the primary enforcement target in withholding regimes. The withholding agent is. That is why disputes are resolved at the payment level rather than through audits of recipients. The law uses leverage, not investigation. So they letting them know, like, hey, you hired all these damn people, and they need to fill out something, because if you don't state that if they don't give you something to say that you're withholding, then we withhold it anyway. And if they don't give you enough information, withhold anyway. And if they give you information stating that they don't want to do any withholding, then you're not supposed to have to withhold for them. That's the only way that you relieve. And then even then, if it's not clear about what's being said, then you withhold. So that's just for any of y'all that might step into ownership of businesses and stuff like that as well, right? And you got employees. Do know that. The recipient is not the focus on the enforcement, so do keep that in mind. Recipients who misunderstand this structure often respond to improper withholding by filing unnecessary returns or making jurisdictional elections that worsens their position. So anything that you elect that you're not supposed to, it's just going to make it worse. So, Form 1040 NR. This is non-residence form. So Form 1040 NR does not ask whether the United States has tax and jurisdiction. It presumes that jurisdiction already exists. Every line on the form operates on the assumption that the filer is a person properly subject to U.S. tax under Title 26 and is reporting income that falls within that authority, right? The form, therefore, does not create a dialogue with the government. It records a conclusion. Once that conclusion is recorded, the law enforces it as voluntary submission to jurisdiction unless the statute implicitly provide otherwise. And this is why Form 1040 NR must never be treated as exploratory or precautionary. So a filing obligations arise only when all statutory conditions are satisfied simultaneously. The filer must be a non-resident alien or other person for whom the person is prescribed, must have income properly classified as subject to tax, U.S. tax, and must not fall within the statutory exception that eliminates the filing requirement. Most critically, the income must either be effectively connected income or U.S. source income subject to tax beyond final withholding. So there are narrow circumstances in which filing the 1040 is optional rather than mandatory. These situations typically arise when a person seeks to claim a refund of tax that was lawfully withheld or a statutory benefit that requires affirmative reporting. So just because you're doing this particular form doesn't mean that you are paying a tax. It's saying that you are owed a refund, which is the reason why a lot of you file every year anyway, because it's not that you owe a tax. It's that you're owed because you've been paying taxes all year, right? And they overpaid and now they owe you, right? But a lot of people don't know how much they're being taxed. Yeah, and they don't truly because really, if you understood how much you're being taxed and how much you paid in, then you really should already know how much you're getting back. But again, our people suffer for the lack of knowledge. That's a fact. So when filing is prohibited, there are circumstances in which the 1040 NR is not merely unnecessary, but harmful. When a person has no obligations, and that's anything, that's when it's prohibited. When you have no obligation, no statutory benefit to claim, and filing the form functions as a voluntary concession that the U.S. tax applies. Once made, that concession cannot be withdrawn. Filing is prohibited in the sense that it contradicts the statutory framework. The law does not require persons outside its jurisdiction to report themselves into it. Doing so converts silence, which is lawful, into submission, which is permanent, right? Elections embedded inside Form 1040 contains multiple embedded elections that operate automatically upon filing. These elections do not require statements of affirmative declaration. The act or filing itself is sufficient within itself. So, among the most dangerous of these is the election in internet-based taxation, which can arise when income is reported as effectively connected or when deductions are claimed that are available only to persons engaged in a U.S. trade or business. So once made, this election subjects the filer to ongoing reporting obligations and expanded audit exposure, right? And the law treats the election as intentional, and even when the filer was unaware that an election was being made. And then you are subject to some form of exposure. So, my questions to everybody: are y'all gonna read before you file?
I am now.
Are you going to read before you file? Or are you just going? Are you gonna pick up that 1099? Go get that 1099. Go get that OID for this particular situation that ain't got shit to do with nothing. You gonna let them people run you around like, nah, let's read what this for. Let's see if I'm even supposed to file. I probably I made some money today, but am I supposed to file based upon how I classified? See, we got to go back. And a lot of people are doing stuff because there's no real classification of the source. Is there a source of income? Mm-hmm. So, Form 1040 in art is not a remedy for withholding errors. It's not. It does not correct those errors. It memorialized them, Attempted to fix improper withholding by filing often compounds the damage by conceding jurisdiction that it did not previously exist. So don't make it worse. The statute enforces the form as filed. So however the form is filed, and you got to know that there is a statute that governs every form. And however and what you use that form for, no matter what you thought you was using it for, it's only going to be enforced according to the statute, which can imply full enforcement against you for penalties or any open exposure to taxation that you could run into. We don't want you to run into that. All right. Now, here we go. WABN. WABN and the WABNE. All right, this is one of the ones, huh? This is one everybody screams about when you get on this journey. I'm do a WABN. All right. The WA series of form is not a reporting system. It is not a filing requirement. It is not a correction tool. It is a certification instrument used exclusively within withholding regimes to allocate risk and responsibility between payers, intermediaries, and recipients. When used correctly, it limits withholding. When used incorrectly, it creates jurisdictional record, false classification, and permanent exposure that cannot be undone. The WA series exists to support withholding agent compliance, not taxpayer reporting. Its sole function is to allow withholding agent to determine whether the withholding is required at what rate and under which statutory or treaty provision. The form does not determine tax liability. It does not create exemption. It does not override source rules of jurisdictional limits. The WA is an upstream document. It operates before payment, not after. It is designed to be relied upon by the withholding agent to satisfy statutory obligations under penalty of personal liability. It exists for agents' protection, not the recipient's convenience. So when a WA is signed, the signer certifies specific legal facts under penalty of perjury. These certifications are not descriptive statements. They are legal representation relied upon by third parties and enforceable by the government. Among other things, the signer certifies status, classification, and, where applicable, entitlement to reduce withholding. These certifications are treated as true unless proven otherwise. They create records that persist independently of whether any tax was ultimately owed. So a WA does not ask questions, it records answers. Once recorded, those answers controls downstream treatment unless formally invalidated through statutory procedure. So WA is not a tax strategy, right? It does not reduce tax by itself. It does not eliminate jurisdiction. It does not create foreign status. It only reflects facts that already exist under law. Using the WA as a strategy reverses legal function and results in false certification. So if income is not subject to withholding by statute, a WA is not required to establish that fact. If income is subject to withholding, a WA cannot change. Oh, somebody's calling. A WA cannot change that unless a specific statutory or treaty provision applies. The form does not create outcome, it documents them. So individual versus entity distinction. WABN and WABNE serve different legal subjects. The distinction is not cosmetic, it is jurisdictional. WABN applies only to individuals. WABNE applies only to entities. Using the wrong form is not a harmless error. It is a misclassification that it can validate certification and trigger default withholding. So entity classification on WABNE must align with the entity's legal status under applicable law. Selecting an incorrect classification does not create flexibility, it creates exposure, and the form does not accommodate ambiguity. So, and WA does not establish a foreign status. The foreign status has already been established before the WA. The WA is being used because of your foreign status. All right, foreign status is determined by law, not by form. The WA does not make a person foreign. It certifies that the person is foreign if that is already true under law. Submitting a W-8 when foreign status does not exist is a false certification. So submitting a W-8 where foreign status is irrelevant is unnecessary. The law does not require persons to submit W-8 forms to establish that U.S. tax law does not apply. Silence is sufficient where no withholding obligation exists. So a lot of people just go and do this when they don't got shit going on. I need to file a W-8. No, the hell you don't. You ain't got nothing going on to file a W-8. Just sit still, be quiet. Sometimes you ain't even made enough money to be reported, to even mention. Y'all do know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it ain't even nothing to talk about, right? Platforms frequently require WA forms as a condition of payment, regardless of whether withholding is legally required. The behavior is driven by liability avoidance, not statutory necessity. Platforms prefer to collect documentation and withholding aggressively rather than analyze classification precisely. Platform policies do not define legal obligation. They define internal risk management. Submitting a WA solely to satisfy a platform request without confirming that the form is legally appropriate transfer risk from the platform to the signer. So when a WA is lawful, only when all of the following conditions are satisfied. The signer is a foreign person under law. The income is potentially subject to U.S. withholding. So if it ain't subject to U.S. withholding, there's no point. And the certification accurately reflects the signer status and entitlement under statute or treaty. In those circumstances, the WA allows the withholding agents to apply the correct rate and avoid unnecessary withholding. Outside of those conditions, the form serves no lawful purpose. Okay? So it should never be submitted if it don't need to be submitted. If there's no withholding or anything of that nature, it's no point. The WA creates record, not flexibility. All right? Make sure once submitted, the WA becomes part of the withholding agent's compliance and may be shared with the government. So they're going to do exactly what according to what you filed. All right. And just know, if there's incorrect anything about what you filed, then what they're going to do from that point forward is just do the whole 30% withholding, as we read earlier. Yep. Now, tax treaties. Tax treaties applies only when there is actual conflict between domestic tax law and the treaty provision, and when the treaty explicitly allocates tax rights in a manner that limits or modifies domestic law. Treaties do not apply to income that is already outside U.S. tax jurisdiction, and they do not apply to income that domestic law does not tax in the first place. So if it's already outside the jurisdiction, it's outside the jurisdiction, guys. There's no point. That means that they have no right to tax it, as I was saying earlier. So the only way that you can place it under his jurisdiction, well, it has to be governing laws and statutory laws that impose a liability up on it. And if you keep it from that, which means that, if your contract is not governed by any laws of the United States, that means that it happened outside of the jurisdiction. as we read earlier, is not any residence or anything like that that's going to decide it for you that determines the tax, right? We know that it deals with classification and we have to, that's going to even decide income. Now we got to deal with the source of income. Is it U.S. source income? Hmm. So treaties do not override source rules. Source rules are statutory. Treaties do not rewrite them. If income is foreign source under domestic law, a treaty has nothing to modify, right? If income is a U.S. source, the treaty may limit taxation only if it explicitly addressed the category of income and only to the extent state. So that just prove what I just said. It's a foreign source, right? They still treaty has nothing to do to modify. So attempting to invoke a treaty to change the source of income is legally invalid. Treaties allocate taxing right. They do not redefine income, character, or sourcing. Any treaty claim that ignores this boundary is defective on its actual face. So residence for treaty purposes is not residence under domestic law. Treaty residence is defined legal status that exists only within the treaty itself. It does not replace domestic definitions of residency, citizenship, or tax status. So being a resident of a treaty country for treaty purposes does not exempt a person from domestic law unless the treaty explicitly provides relief and all conditions are met. So limitations on benefit provisions are designed to deny treaty access unless the claimant meets specific eligibility criteria. These provisions exist to prevent treaty shopping and are enforced strictly, right? So limitation of benefits is not discretionary, it is mechanical. A claimant must satisfy the applicable limitation of benefits test before any treatment benefit can be claimed. Failure to meet the LOB requirements invalidates the entire treaty claim, regardless of income type, withholding rate, or equities involved. The presence of a treaty alone does not grant access to its actual benefits. So you got to go through a test. Documentation requirements. Treaty benefits are not self-executing. They require proper documentation that accurately reflects the claimant's status and entitlement. Documentation must be complete, accurate, and consistent with both domestic law and treaty provisions. So, any inaccuracies, well, you already know it comes with penalties. It comes with other exposures for you too. Treaty claims do not create exemptions, right? They allocate taxing rights between jurisdictions on a category by category basis. Many income categories remain fully taxable under domestic law despite the existence of a treaty. So it just depends. That all goes back to classification. Treaty reliance must therefore be specific. General claims of treaty protections are legally meaningless. So they want you to point out the specific code that you are requiring to exercise that particular treaty. All right. So when you guys in here did yours, did in Taiwan or whatever, did y'all use a certain treaty? What did you guys use?
When you say Taiwan, I'm thinking the birth certificate when I got it authenticated or whatever. That's what I thought you was talking about.
Okay, you did that. Well, I'm saying like some people set their actual trust up as a foreign trust.
No.
So there's anybody in here that has theirs as a foreign trust right now using Taiwan. I know other places too. I'm just saying Taiwan for right now. Nobody? Y'all playing. Somebody got theirs.
I just used a foreign country to get my EIN.
Who said that?
Heather.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that they did you have to like my question like see because this the thing they do it different. It was a little different at the time I did it. Now like so are they asking you? I'm trying to remember because it's been a while since I done it. What do they ask you for now?
Well, I did it a while ago too. And I did it over the phone and they just asked me for the country. And they asked me for the responsible person and they asked me if I had a social security number and I said no. That was an address.
Yeah, they asked you. Did you use a domestic address?
No, I used a domestic mailing address, but not for the location of the trust.
And you just picked the location for the trust, or
Yeah, Kenya.
did you use a Kenyan address?
I know some people in Kenya, so
Okay. But that's the thing. You gotta be able to know some things and things of this nature to do this as well. So if you know somebody, that always helps as well too. Um, and there are people out there that know that you are looking from these countries as well, which also helps. But I was just asking because I know that at the time that I did it, it was kind of like pretty much the same thing. So it don't sound like too much has changed from that. But it was the address. It was to ask, do you got a social or anything of that nature? And even if you said, yeah, it did not, it's not going to determine whether it was foreign or not. It's foreign is foreign. That was the whole point
Yeah,
of giving you the EIN. Um,
I I read into that. I read into that more about the responsible person, and that just the responsible person's social is for the person who's responsible for reporting
that's
or
it.
asking for the information. So it's like doesn't really have anything to do with
It ain't got nothing to
the.
do with determining what tax, foreign income, so none of that. And a lot of people will try to make it seem like it do, but it don't.
No.
So glad you said that. All right. So treaties do not cure prior errors. So do know that any errors that you do have, a treaty does not do it. You need to know how to go and do abatements for those, right? And treaties is very narrow. So if you're going to use treaties, make sure that you identify to the particular treaty as well. But it don't necessarily have to be a treaty either. There are certain domestic laws that exempt you if you are on foreign income, foreign source, you know, income and things of that nature as well. Just to put that out there. All right. I don't think I have to go through when not to use a W-8. We kind of just spoke on that. Common international filing disasters is number one, filing a W-8 when no holding exists. If it's not there, don't do it. Filing a Form 1040 NR when no filing obligation is there, don't do it. If you have no reason to file, if you are considered a non-resident alien and you're trying to get a refund, then file. If you don't have any form of income or dealing with any income, I don't care if you touched 15, 20,000, 100,000, whatever. If it's not, and if it does not relate, do not file just to be filing. Don't do it. You might not have to file. It might not be a reason for you to file. And if you do file, it might not be a reason for you to file and deal with every dollar, because every dollar might not be connected to some form derived from some source of income, and might not be considered to be income. Right? So understand that. Creating ECI by election. Do not. Once created, ECI cannot be retroactively declaimed. The election subjects the filer to ongoing reporting obligations, expanded audit exposure, and a permanent change in tax posture for the income class involved. What began as a tactical decision becomes structural liability. So be careful, because you can enter into something permanently. Now, you might have to just drop, there's certain things that you can do, but permanently, you might have to redo the entity, change it to another entity, or reclassify how you do business or something of that nature. But it just depends. It's just meaning that, but if you're going under that classification of persons, then you can declare things permanently in a way that you didn't need to. So if you assert any treaty claims without being eligible to them, that could cost you. Any platform-driven over-compliance. Platforms, they impose documentation and withholding practices that exceed statutory requirements. They ain't supposed to. So know that. Make sure they in full compliance. And when it comes to voluntary, the law does not require individuals to file in uncertainty. If you're not sure, they know, what are you filing for? There's no point in for you to be particularly having to file. And that's just like one of the things when somebody say, oh, well, I filed taxes and I broke even, I didn't owe anything. That means you ain't supposed to damn file taxes. Did y'all know that? Yeah, if you break even and zero out, you're not supposed to file. But people are going there and file anyway. For what? There was no point of you filing if you broke even. If you filing to get a refund, you get a refund. But if you know you broke even, if you sit there with a person, they say, oh, well, you don't owe anything. You broke even this year. There's no refund for you, nor do you owe. And then they talk about, okay, well, sign here. They're going to file this anyway. No, you're not. No. Not doing that. No point. If you owe, then okay. Then now we saying what we owe and what we're going to have to pay. But if you don't owe, well, what are we filing for? Or if they owe you. If they don't owe you nothing. And both parties break even, there's no reason to file. So international filing create records that persist across years, platforms, and examination. W-8 forms remain in compliance files. Return mains admissions against interest and elections remain binding. Right? There is no general mechanism to restore the legal posture that existed before voluntary submission. Attempts to undo damage through explanation, correspondence, or amendment rarely succeed because the statute enforces what was filed, not what was intended. All day. So it's all about, and that's why I say these statutes that we keep reading about, they strict, guys. These statutes so strict. And you need to think about this in every aspect of the law. They telling you how strict it is. Ain't no coming back from doing a lot of stuff. So you imagine how strict it is when it comes to other things necessary in the law besides taxation, as you are learning in the Fair Credit Reporting series and stuff like that. Yeah, they're going to be held accountable to according to what the statutes say. That's why you must learn to use it, right? This volume does not teach how to reduce tax. It teaches how to avoid destroying lawful position. All right, the finisher reads the volume with one controlling principle. In international taxation, the most dangerous action is unnecessary compliance. The law enforces what you filed, not what you meant. So make sure that you clear with everything. What'd you say, Heather?
It's just funny. It's like everything is inverted.
Everything.
Yeah. Don't be overly
You know?
compliant.
Don't be overly compliant. Why would you want to be? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like a person going to pick up every damn form and using every form because the form's there. Like, oh, I gotta file all these forms because they exist on the website. Shit me. You gotta fill in every blank. And that's how you really, when you look at the tax sheet, like, for real, you gotta think about it. When you look at your taxes, especially if you ain't got too much going on, when you look at it, you be like, man, this is a lot of stuff. But then when they get done with what they put on there, it be like 2-3 little blocks on here, 2 blocks on the other side. That's it. Most people look at it like they got to fill out every single block that's in there, that it applies to them, that all credits and elections applies to them. And another thing that a lot of these people will do, these credit elections. I don't talk about credit elections too much. I mean, we can. It's only for a specific class of people, and you got to make sure those credits apply to you. Because trying to get those credits and keep applying those credits, they'll watch you do those credits for a couple of years. I've seen it. And then they'll come back and hit you so hard. they'll hit you with a tax so hard, boy, and then they'll tell you they finna come get you or have you in tax court, all kind of stuff for a what they call a tax scheme or something of that nature that you were doing. And they'll make sure that you get to go along with it. And they're gonna watch how you use the money. They'll do a lot of stuff in that nature. So just be careful. But our job is this. The IRS ain't sweet either. They don't do shit right. They lie. They late. They charging you interest. They charge you interest when it take them 175 days to respond when they ask for 60. You know what I'm saying? Like, they do a lot of stuff too. But there are statutes that hold them accountable. You can abate these measures. You don't just sit there and let stuff happen to you. And we're going to get to talk about a lot of those too as we keep moving forward. But you don't sit there and let shit happen to you, guys. There is something that commands and there is something that prohibits all of this stuff from government overreach, whatever, because you got to understand the IRS will move on you like you ain't even said shit. They just start sending you letters and you didn't respond, and then they send you a threatening letter. We finna lien your shit. If you don't do this in the next days, and then we finna take you, they could like they all kind of big threats. Then they sitting over there with a refund. They ain't sent your ass yet. Just sitting there making all the threats in the world. You know what I'm saying? And I had that happen to me. I had to tell them like, hey man, y'all sure is making a lot of threats to owe somebody. Yeah, let's talk about what you owe. You steady sending me talking about if I owe something. I don't owe nothing. I can show you I don't owe nothing. Matter of fact, produce all of the documentations then. That's what you do. Yeah. Then they send me a letter. Oh, we got this matter settled for you, Mr. Ingram. I know good and well we do. Sitting here waiting on y'all. I was waiting on a refund from 2020, bro. It's 2026. And you want me to talk to you about some other? Well, you need to file for 2020. I don't need to file. I don't trust you. I ain't got paid. What am I gonna keep filing some shit for when you ain't paying nobody? You know what I'm saying? Like for what? You show me. You know what I'm saying? This works both ways. The sword works both ways. I'm telling you. This is a whole estoppel going on. I ain't doing nothing until you handle 2020. Yeah, handle 2020. You know, that was rebates and all kind of stuff that what the little $1,800 money went out, plus on top of that everybody got during the pandemic and stuff. Yeah. So we need that. We need that. And you want to sit up here and you tell them folks they owe you. Man, listen, you owed me first. Pay. You pay me. That money you talking about I owe you, I could have used that money to make investments to pay. You fucked all that up. What if my life depended on that money? Good thing it don't, but what if it did? And see, this is how they'll do you. They'll act like your problems in the world don't exist. You see what I'm saying?
Well, because
They
it's a corporate.
definitely lie. They lie like a son of a gun.
You say what now?
So they definitely lie a lot, the IRS.
Yeah, they will.
Yes, they do.
But the thing is, they got a lot of bullshit automated responses. And then that when you know it's get real serious is when they start sending it over to their little program. Now they got to send it over there to them people who gonna actually read what's going on. They'll let you know. I can't think of the place where they actually send it to off the rip, but anytime they say they send something to their payment service or they say something type of service, something like that of that nature, yeah. Somebody finna actually sit down and read it this time. Now that's why they won't take a certain amount of days. But don't be sitting up here asking somebody for 90 days and you charging interest every single day. Like, that is insane. Who are you to charge me interest when I'm waiting on your ass to get it together? It ain't my fault y'all fired all these employees, all these people. You got super behind all these years. Y'all laid off all these people. It's a lot to happen. That ain't our fault. You know? So the main thing about this is filing international withholding and the withholding ain't got nothing to do with you, but it's got something to do with you. It's more so on the agent, withholding agent, than it is with you. But it's your duty to make sure that you show other withholding. So you got to fill out something. If you don't try to fill out anything, they're going to withhold anyway. That's just what they told to do, because not withholding is going to get them penalized, right? So I think I would just do the same thing. So if you ever in a position where you got to play employers and stuff like that, then you need to make sure that you know this too. This was also good for those of you that moved in that area. International, as you can see, when we talked about the U.S. source income and foreign income, everything goes back to classification, man. How do you classify these particular things? And it's on you. It's on you. You know, what is the classification of persons, the activity, the transaction, and the law that this is under? Like I say, all this could be under a whole different set of laws. Right? If your contract is being governed according to the law of Brazil, then where does United States have jurisdiction? And it don't matter that you sitting here on the land or anything like that. It doesn't matter that you present right now. None of that matters. What's gonna matters is do they have the power to tax it? Because now it's not a U.S. source income. It's a foreign. So that means that now if you get it paid with foreign money, bitcoins, whatever the case may be, I don't care. It doesn't matter. And you denominate that into U to US dollars. What can they say? What y'all learned from this one today?
I ain't know what the difference is because I've heard of the BENs and I knew to more or less when I was creating a bunch of entities, just trying to learn what they were. I knew to have to check up what the taxes were gonna have to be like, and I created LLCs, I created a bunch of stuff, but I never used any of it, and now I know I don't gotta file taxes on none of that because I got stuff back from them telling me like state tax from but since I didn't use none of it, I already know more or less not to. Now, what I learned from your ebook was that the same situation applies if it's on foreign lands, and it's all about still classifying and then using the tax laws against or for our favor instead of against ourselves.
Facts. Appreciate you sharing that with us. Anybody else?
With this stuff, you got to check every I and cross every T and go back and make sure you did it the first time. It's detailed. I have really learned that this stuff is seriously detailed. It is, woo. But I love you for it. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm going to get it together ASAP, soon as I get me together, because they finding all kinds of stuff. I don't trust it. I don't know. I have to come in. I'm like, no, serious. Serious. I don't, this ain't right. But we'll talk. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else?
Yeah, on that foreign trust, I gotta definitely go back and check out some stuff. Cause at the time I got that foreign trust, somebody else did it on me. It's been some years. I never really used it much. I haven't really used it for anything other than to get an EIN at one time. Made me think about something. We talked about the treaties. They're considering the source and the way this individual move. I'm not too certain about a lot of stuff.
But it's got to be, and it's got to be tax treaties too, not just any treaty, but a tax treaty. I meant to say that.
Right, right. That's a mystery. Like, how could I find? Well, I can't really find that out because I don't know if would the IRS have that information if you use a tax treaty that the individual filed under or as? Because I know they did it.
If you ain't never like no, you ain't filed a no tax treaty until you do a WAV, and that's when you got to use it. So until you do one of those, then you ain't got one.
Okay.
Yeah. And filing and sending one off just to be sending one off, it don't do anything. What income do you got connected to it? And the WAB actually goes to it goes to the withholding agent. So that's either like your employer or whoever you may dealing with that deals with, that needs to withhold from you. It don't go directly to it. It's not for you really. It's for the withholding agent. So even then, that's not something that you're gonna send directly the to the government, yeah, to the IRS.
Right. I'm still kind of iffy about the individual or the entity that put that together. That's why I think I kind of never really did anything with it, that particular one.
Well, you're further ahead now to go and read it and just know what's good, what's best, and what could be changed, what could be looked at. It just take time to sit down and look at stuff. I know a lot of people have done a lot of different things and here and there, and throughout you change stuff. I've amended and changed my trust probably about 5, 6 times, probably within the past 10 years.
Right. Right.
Well, we'll say 6, 7 years. So yeah, because at one point I had it. I didn't necessarily use it or pick it up. Then I started actually using it and understanding because, like, I used to be a straight cash basis dude when filing taxes for
Right.
shit. You know what I'm saying? With no reason for me to file no taxes because ain't none of this ever getting reported. And nobody saying
Right.
I don't know nothing, you don't know nothing. We ain't seen nothing, and that's just how it's gonna be. And that's like I'm telling y'all. Recently, within the past 3 years, man, I just got debit cards, credit card. I ain't never, man. I was one of them. I guess the dummies you would say walking around with a big ass knot in my pocket, and you could tell I got it. So, you know, and hey, it does feel. I can sit down easier now. Pockets ain't all buzzed out. I got all. It's a whole
Yeah.
lot better that way. I ain't gonna lie to you. But the only thing is, now they want to see everything. Oh, okay, you got a bank account now. Where that dollar come from? Man, get out of my business. Don't worry about where the dollar come from. You know what I'm saying? But that's how it is when you get
Right.
that bank account. They count every penny that it came through. Now they want to know, hey, what was this for? Fuck you mean? What was this for? It was for me. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
that's how they be at your door. Like, what was this for? Where you get this from? From who? How did y'all make this? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
then you got the bank. The bank has to report. Remember, if the bank don't report, and they gotta over report, if they under report, they gotta pay that, and they getting taxed. I mean, and they gonna get penalized. So they can over report interest and all kind of stuff on you. And they'll be asking me where this money come from. You need to put your interest on there. All right. I ain't tell y'all to use this money no way. But that's my
For
whole.
real.
That's the whole point though. Like and I'm serious when I say that. Like a lot of people think I'm playing. Like no, I'm dead serious. Like if honestly, if I could deal with y'all on a place to where it be strictly cash basis, man, y'all wouldn't be able to send me nothing over no cash out and PayPal. Every last one of y'all be mailing me the money. Cash basis only. I ain't no way in the world I would put, and I'm just being honest. I have to because we so spread out apart. But if we all lived in the same city, ain't no cash app at me, man. Pull up with your money. Pull up with
Yeah.
your cash.
Yeah.
Real. I steal cash now. Now, if you go to other countries say if you got cash, that means you into criminal activities. Like,
That's crazy too,
no,
man.
for real. That's what they say.
I know.
They know if you got cash, you into criminal activities. And that's damn near about true in America right now.
Yeah, because they want to track everything we do.
Either you doing some criminal activity or you getting so much amount of, well, hell, damn, that literally damn near turns into money laundering while you deal with that much cash and the way you move it and stuff. Like, so it's a lot, man. But what I like, the thing about this is it's like this. When it comes to resources and stuff like that, about what we have, cool, I get it. The dollar is only meaningful because of the petrol, right? That's what it was used with. And when it ceased to exist to be used for the petrol, man, it's gonna be something serious, very serious. But
That's coming soon.
to the point of what I'm saying about all of this is this: like it's a piece of paper, thin air. I don't like sometimes it's just hard to just think about like, what do you mean? Like you don't need you can't be sitting on this is why people get robbed. Let me help y'all understand why people get robbed. You sit on TV and you say, man, we finna send $15 billion over to some country, right? Imagine you watching that. Your state, your people, finna send $15 billion over to a country to help. Oh, y'all remember when they got audited? They paid. It was like almost $5 billion or something like that for Sesame Street, dog. Sesame Street, some shit we see every day. They paid $5 billion for Sesame Street to be showed overseas to this specific country or group of people or whatever. Bro, man, you know how bad I had to struggle to get a sandwich today? And you
Right.
sent $5 billion?
Right.
That's just like hey, that's just like people I see. And you get on here and you got a big old stack of money. And then you got all your friends around you. They ain't got shit. I'm telling you, one of them is around to take. They didn't start thinking about taking until they start to you know, you've been doing everything without them, sending your money over here to them, over there, like Glorilla sister, bro. What they call her, Brorilla. Yeah, like her. Yeah, just like her. She was like, you know what? You ain't give me nothing. And you have those type of people, and then this is what happens. So that's why I said, like, I can't. It's so crazy for them to send off that type of money, and you talking about you need me to pay tax for what, bro? For what? What we talking about? What's a tax?
Real.
I think every dollar should only be spent on Americans. We should shit, man. Listen, unless we sending some food, some source resources, of that, what like they sent a certain amount of money to Morocco for pottery. Bro, they been making pottery forever. They didn't need no damn money from us to teach how to make pottery.
Exactly.
You understand
Man,
what I'm saying? So now that means now we gotta look at, okay, what company was getting that money and who was that tied to, etc. Who were they in the bed with? And once you start following that money, you start being able to see people. But a lot of people weren't able to see that. And a lot of people was mad. It was like, oh, we going into these different wars and all that type of stuff. But y'all got to understand, Trump took a lot of money away. And when you take money away from people from doing what they've been doing, man, it starts a war. Them folks is mad that these particular companies is not being funded. Economics run the world, guys. It's not necessarily just you being able to create a constitution and run. No, it's economics. And economics sets up power for the government itself in different ways and all type of stuff like that. So when you start pushing out that money and all this money going there, well, you ain't got no money for here. Like it becomes it's really a slap in the face. And I can't blame them. The only thing I can blame is only people I can blame is who?
us.
Us.
Right. It is a slap in the face. I was gonna say that.
It's us. We to blame. It's like you watched all the money. Like you gotta think about it. How are you considered? People love to say I'm a tax-paying citizen. Okay. Well, if you're a tax-paying citizen, are you watching the money? Are you watching where your taxation is going? In any type of way, do you pay tax? See, because taxation ought to damn near be like an investment. If I'm investing in something in taxation, then I ought to be able to see it and it's benefiting me. How is it benefiting me when y'all going on these super major crab boils, $5 billion crab boils and all this type of stuff? Big steak dinners.
It would be crazy that them videos be going viral when they be saying how much they be spending overseas with the taxpayers' money. They be saying about transgender. They be saying all kinds of crazy stuff. And then millions, I'm talking about millions on those sides. And then when you come back, like it be crazy. It be crazy. And you see those videos go viral, and still people don't do nothing about it. That's
But it's because people are ignorant, and we
yeah.
ignorant to the law. So once people start coming into the knowing and knowing exactly what to do, how to move, just reading, studying the law, it changes. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of stuff that has taken place with us is because, like, if like I said, what creates a great society and a good government is the people who are knowledgeable of the law. If the people are not knowledgeable of the law with a great base, not a beginner, I'm talking about an advanced foundational mindset of the law, knowledge of the law, and application of it. Man, listen, this would change. All of this stuff would change. You start to understand, like, okay, why are all these corporations overseas, and these corporations actually belong to people that live here, billionaires and stuff like that live here, right? Then they create this way where money flows overseas, and then now you got politicians whose salary ain't no more than $150,000, $200,000. Now they get in the office and now they millionaires. Man, that's called what is called inside trading. What you call it?
Yeah.
Ain't that what it's called? What you call
Yeah,
it?
it's our choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. But the thing is like they just like, all right, we got it hidden so good, prove it. Then you get somebody like old Donald get in there and say, all right, we auditing everybody. I want everybody looked into. And the fastest way we're gonna be able to do this is if we allow Elon and everybody else to use artificial intelligence to find this. Otherwise, it would have took years to find it. Y'all do know that, right? Oh, but they put this in. And then they turn around and they shut down all of what was the AI technology that they just took away? And there's no federal offices or anything. They can't use that technology no more. They shut all that down. It's a lot, man. And what I will say this to y'all before we get off here is this. Don't make no judgment right now about what you see and what's going on. Right? That's like you being in the middle of a battle and you trying to judge the situation of the battle like in the middle of chaos. You're not going to see it right now. That's just like people trying to judge. The reason why you can talk about 9/11 now is because you've seen the after effect. You've seen the results. You've seen what happened. You've seen who it benefited, what took place after that, what happened into everything that they did with that. That attack, not only that attack literally said that it made it to where they were able to surveillance the people in a way that they would consider that each and every last person in here is able to be a terrorist any moment. You know they said that since that day, right? Any moment, any moment, anything could literally swap you on the other side. It just depends on the situation and what happens. Right? That's how they feel. So that came into place. The way they handle deal with schools, the way they deal with, just international traveling and traveling period. All of that goes into place as well as other things that open up the door for them that stopped a lot of things. Right? So, I mean, it's a lot that connected to it that now you're able to see. But you couldn't see that shit when it happened. You didn't know what was going on. You was in the moment thinking that everything that happened was real. Not saying that it wasn't real that it happened. I'm talking about that it wasn't staged to happen the way it happened. So that's why I'm saying everything you hearing about the Iran, you hearing, and it's crazy because nobody is seeing that. You hearing the left side saying, "Oh, we lost this many people, we're actually losing the war." Then you hearing the Republican side, right on the right side, they saying, "Well, we're fine. We destroyed this, we've done this, we've done that, we did this, and all kind of stuff." So and this is from your same people. I want y'all to pay attention to that. If you got a left and a right side, both constantly giving opposite information to one another, what the fuck are we the people doing and thinking? Like me personally, if this was anybody else that you was dealing with as a physical person, what you gonna do? You gonna drop both of their ass and walk away.
Yeah.
Like what? Man, listen, I don't know what's from either one of y'all. Cause we supposed to be on the same side. For some reason, y'all just can't get there. So we just gonna move y'all completely on out the way. And let me look around here and let me call let me call Putin and all these people myself. Let me talk to them, see what's going on. As the head of the people committee, the people committee, that we have fully removed any and all administrators out the way now. We the people committee, and we want to know what's going on. You can talk to us. You know what I'm saying? How many ships do y'all got, and how many ships do we not got? What y'all know y'all calculated? You can be honest. We just want to know, because we need to know. But my point is, me saying this is like when it's time for God to reveal it all, He will. Right now, just stay out the way. It's not something for you to get caught up in that manner. Because, and I say this a lot, a lot of y'all don't know tactics, war, or anything of that nature, right? Like, you really don't know. You think you know, but you don't. You think that we shouldn't go to war with anybody. Yes, war is sometimes required for peace, especially when you got a radical country. And that is able to, like, all right, if you got a country that has been systematically, which damn, it kind of like what I'm finna say gonna chastise America too. But if you got a country that has systematically on a genocide high level, or committed genocide and all kind of other things on a very high level, fully oppression, do you want those particular militant type countries to actually have a nuclear weapon? Yes or no? Matter of fact, let's not even talk about them. Let's just talk about us in here. All right, we're going to pick on Ricardo. Ricardo is crazy. Ricardo is with the shit. He been over there suppressing them people, oppressing them people. We didn't saw it. We didn't heard about it. Everything. Ricardo lives right around the corner. We also know Ricardo is working on massive weapons because he wants more territory and he's finna come to the next couple houses, which could be you. So let's say he take 2-3 houses. You saw it. You heard it. You read it. We read about it. The question is, are you going to sit there and wait on Ricardo to come get you? Or as all the other different countries and stuff, going to come have a conversation and say, hey, man, I don't think Ricardo need them weapons he got over there or whatever he trying to do. He done already took the neighbor. What's to say he ain't coming? And he already said he coming for us. Cause you remember, they still mad about what happened in 1725. He ain't forgot about old great-grandpa, great-great-grandpa, whatever, being taken. That's been forever embedded in that they supposed to pay you back. So he over here, he coming. The question is, what you gonna do?
You got to do something. I'm gonna come grab everybody's houses.
You see what I'm saying? See, look, see, listen, he sounds just like him. Radical as shit. He said he coming. Y'all better do something. So now y'all gonna have people saying, nah, we just need peace, man. Stay up out of that. But y'all gotta remember, man, like, y'all keep acting like y'all don't remember the general of Iran at the time. Remember, he tried to assassinate this man. Y'all forgot that? I mean, come on now. Let's say Ricardo tried to assassinate one of y'all. He missed. But now you in office. What you gonna do? Y'all gonna come in and say, the first day of office, you gonna say, I need to meet with the military. That's the first thing you gonna say. Hey, I need to be with the military today on the first day in office. We ain't finna sign nothing else, but hey, we going out to Ricardo. Y'all remember he tried to hit me back in my campaign and all this when I was trying to do a little something. He tried to come after me on my first term, whatever, however you want to say it. We finna come get you, dog. You took a hit at us. At me. But you gotta understand, I don't care how much you don't like your president or the president, however you want to look at it. If anybody take a hit at him, they took a hit at you. You can look at it like, oh, we don't care. No, they saying that your country's not strong enough. And that's like, that means, number one, you probably got some people in there that's going to betray you. And once you got that, no matter how you look at it, no, we chastise our own. We don't need you to chastise them. That's the point of having a law. If our president or anything has done wrong, then cool. But if you go and take away justice from the people and you kill our, we got to come see about you, dog. And a lot of y'all ain't gonna see it that way because you don't understand what it means to actually truly be a leader in that type of sense. You just let them come over here and smoke your people, smoke your president, whether you thought he was good or bad, and took away your law and justice from you as if you couldn't uphold it. What you gonna do? So let's say that did happen. Let's say he did catch Trump. A lot of y'all gonna celebrate it and be stupid and gonna sound crazy, but you not understanding that they just smoked somebody that you chose as a leader over this particular country, and anybody else gonna have the. And if you don't do nothing about it, y'all know what that mean, right? What did that mean if you don't do nothing about it?
Shows you weak too. Yeah.
You next.
So
Some kind of way.
now since we ain't gonna do nothing about it, I see what's going on. Now we got Hutch and Ricardo together. Hutch like, oh, well, they ain't do shit. I've been wanting to hit their ass too. But if I seen Ricardo hit them and they ain't do nothing, man. And Hutch remember what happened 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? They brought genocide over there to him, they brought all this disease and stuff to his country. And he been wanting to do something, but he know he ain't have enough. But he seen Ricardo got enough, and he got enough to put with Ricardo, so he want to hit him too. So now you got these people who would have never thought about doing nothing to you, ready to do something to you. Right? So
It's
now,
a good breakdown though. It makes sense. So it makes sense.
You say what, bro?
And as they want to do it.
What you say, Ricardo?
I say the way you explaining it, it actually really makes sense, like day-to-day basis, like really now. You know what I mean? And it makes sense. It really does make sense. And we don't see it in that manner sometimes and in that way. Nah, we want peace. But nah, it don't work that way, man.
No, hell no. Man, we can chastise this dude ourselves. Let it be our job to hand him over to you. You don't send a whole damn missile. Like, let's say if they was to send a whole missile and hit the White House, man, that's a direct threat against the whole entire country. You and me. Man, we could have gave him to you. If that's the case, if we found him guilty or whatever and chastised him and handed him over, then that's what stuff like that is about. That's what you call it? Not necessarily politicking, but what do they call it? Can't even think of it right now. Anyway.
Is it hierarchy?
Nah. It's something else. I'll think of it in a minute. But that's when that occurs though. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we willing to give up this person. Cause this who was in the radical acts of stuff. And there's no difference than you seeing them blowing up they leaders. It's not attack on the people. And then they told y'all, they shot y'all some bullshit like it was one of the United States missiles that blowed up the kids' schools. It was not. It was their own damn missile. That's the whole entire thing. And then everybody just went, wow, oh my God, they're hurting the kids. No, they hurt their own damn children. But you can't let these, like the thought of all of this and all of them, that's why I'm telling y'all, like, no matter what, do not make a judgment right now. You got to sit back, wait, and just watch. Let God. Like we in the midst of the storm. What your grandma tell you when it's storming? What she say?
Wait till the storm pass.
Yeah.
Watch and listen.
I don't know. I don't know about y'all. My grandma tell you sit your ass down, let God work, boy. That's what I got told. You sit your ass down and let God work. That's what you do. You in the midst of the storm right now. So you gotta let God work. You can't make no decisions, judgments, none of that. You don't know. Now what's gonna happen when you find out? The same way we told y'all 12 years ago, and then 10 years later, you find out everything Trump said was right. Yeah, we went through a little hard time. Gas went up a little bit. That happened. But what if you find out everything he said was totally right? Or what if you find out everything he said was totally wrong? It's just too early to make a decision right now. But me personally, I don't feel like God make no mistakes. I feel like everything that's happening is supposed to happen. Our duty is to inform ourselves of the law. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having to make or think of ignorant shit that we do. Get fully inclined into what our government doing. But when you got a nation of people that don't care what their government doing, don't care about the law, then everything that we got going on, we got hit by surprise. Oh, you begging for the Epstein files when you should have been the one that people who already knew what they was doing in the first place. Right or wrong? Question is, how is it somebody that has capacity to all these different people and prime ministers around the world?
An agent.
And we don't know nothing? Us as the people, like we so entertained that we just look at people like, I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's crazy how they got people mind trapped, but we didn't got real far off of what we was talking about. But at the same time, I just wanted to say that because I see a lot of people and y'all get to arguing about this and this and that. And it's like, bro, what are you arguing for? Just wait. You in the midst of the
about that 20, 30 years ago about what them people were doing.
you just not, it's just not popping out to light. You know what I'm saying? On a lot of stuff. Like at the time that it happened, at the time the towers got hit, did you know Bin Laden was a CIA agent? No. You ain't know nothing about it, did you? No. None whatsoever.
I heard something like that, but that I didn't think. What you know when you hear say it's like you hear something, but nah.
I'm saying when the planes hit on that exact day, they never told us he was an agent. They was acting like this man was from Iraq and all these other places, and you know what I'm saying, and that he over here and him, Saddam Hussein, all them in some type of cahoots in some type of way. They didn't put it out that he was working for the government already. Hell, he might not.
That's crazy.
You see what I'm saying? They didn't tell you all that. They had to make up something. And then now you see what it looked like. The planes hit. It collapsed like a demolition. Perfectly happened. Like what bombs were still exploding at the very bottom of it. You can hear them. The way the jet fuel and stuff like that melted certain stuff, the IDs didn't. It's just a lot that goes into it that never added up, but it was enough to make ignorant people believe. And then those who come out here and tell the story, it's going to sell so far-fetched because it's going to look like a theory now. And how do you control that? How do you control that? Media. Why you can't believe none of that shit? I don't believe none of it, gal. I promise I don't.
None of it either.
I trust. See, this is why I could trust Trump. When that man came out there and said, fake news, you're fake news. like, I fucks with that. I can deal with that. I can deal with you giving me the straight up raw truth. A lot of people can't deal with that. Right? They can't deal with the raw, straight up truth. And since they can't deal with it, he's not this president's not supposed to talk like that. Oh, you like being lied to. Like being lied to. That's why when he say, "Oh well, I'm the only president that has, what do you black people got to lose? Nobody ever cared for you." Shit, everybody got mad. Show me the truth in that shit. I meant the lying, what he said. You can't. That's what made you so mad. Because you realized the one that came before him didn't do shit. That's why a lot of y'all was mad, because you thought, what's the name, was your savior. But how can you think that person was going to be? And see, that's how God will work. God will literally, man, don't get me started. I love y'all. Y'all have a great night.
Y'all love you too, bros. Yo, have a good night, man. God bless you,
Because
bro.
I
Appreciate
get
this
through.
conversation. I appreciate this, man.
I get started on something else, man. And
I
it
was
get to,
about to say continue.
you was about to say what?
Look, me too. I'm about to say
Continue.
preacher.
I'm staying if you stay, bro. Continue, yo.
I'm just saying, like, it just go to the point to where, like, you got to realize the full conditions of what has taken place here in America. And for us and I can only speak from my perspective of the way I grew up in, the way I was taught in my home. We was taught Democratic Party. It ain't no why, whatever. It's just Democrat. Go vote Democrat. You knew that if you seen a black person at the damn post, they voting Democrat. So when they see all these black people at the post, they like, damn. No, they voting Democrat. And it was no difference that kind of you had a few, you had a few white people that might vote Democrat, but for the most part, depends on what state you in, you know damn well they Republican. Because they going to come up there with the flag, all that shit finna be hanging off the back of their trucks, all that shit. They going to have it on their T-shirt. It's just a lot. But But my point of me saying that is, it's like when you really truly read history, like you like, damn, the Democrats didn't want to free your ass. They was part of the ones helped writing the black Christian codes and all that old extra shit. They did not want to make you a citizen of the United States of America. They did not want you to be recognized and have rights of due process of law and equal protection of the law, which means the Bill of Rights and everything. They didn't want you to have that. But all of a sudden, then they'll try to say that, oh, well, these people shifted over into the no, they did not. It was only 2 people that went. The rest was still over there. That's a lot too. So all of that for me to say this. What made us feel like that Barack was gonna be it? Because they presented to you something that physically appears to you to draw attention to you. They did it. But what I was about to say is God will take something the opposite of what look like you, what you think you don't like, all this other type of shit, and he'll take that person and use it, and it'll be beneficial for everybody.
Amen.
Like ain't nobody, like, it's a lot of stuff that just dude has just recently done. Like, y'all ain't clapping. Oh, well, there is no praise about this guy's making it to where kids can't go and get surgery and all this type of stuff for the LGBTQ thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody, I ain't heard a soul say nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? That's a real thing, because look at all the harm that has taken place. Kids have been constantly kidnapped through this type of particular situation because you allowing these grown ass damn men who already had the mind of a pedo, a PDF file, and now you allowing them to, now all they got to do is dress up as a woman and walk in the bathroom with these, man, come on, bro. Or just a pervert in general, a super pervert. I'm talking about a weirdo type of pervert. He will dress himself up as a woman to go in that bathroom to do something to a woman. That's why they've been doing it. And then just to turn around to put women in these, put these type of men in women's sports, like the girl in the Olympics, knocked that girl out. And she a whole dude. Broke her face. Did y'all see how bad she beat the shit out? I'm talking about her shit was crushed. When they got done showing that girl face, bones all broken and up. But y'all talking about let them be in the sport. Man, okay. Yeah. Let one of y'all look, I'm glad Trump stopped that, because I got daughters that's growing up that's trying to do stuff. And they get in the game. Y'all going there talking about roughing them up with a guy, man. Come on, man. It ain't. Now don't get me wrong. I didn't seen girls whoop dudes, but I'm talking about a dude that is just as officially elite to train and fighting. You not gonna do it. It's gonna be a very very slim chance, like for real. So you like as much as Clarissa Shields talking about she'll knock out whatever the dude boxer, you not gonna knock him out. It's not gonna happen. He gonna knock your ass out. You not gonna take too many of them punches like she taking from them girls from a man. It's gonna be a harder hit. And he could be at 135, 145, and she could be at 180, and that main punch is still gonna be harder than hers. I guarantee it. No way around it. That's not supposed to happen. But so when you look at that goes back when I was telling y'all about God's law and stuff like that. Look at all the stuff that what God law say and the things that was implemented. Go back and look at everything that goes against God's law, and then look at the particular party that implemented those things into statute and laws. And you tell me if y'all serve the same God. And this is the thing, just because y'all hear the word God, y'all think everybody talking about the same one. It's many gods. Even God acknowledged that there were other gods. Are y'all understanding that part?
Yeah.
This ain't a joke. So I say, like our situation is not knowing the law. We will suffer. It says it so many times throughout the Bible. And when you start reading the, I read all sacred scripts. So I read the Quran. I read the Bible. I read all of it. My God said, the God I serve said, I'm the God in all of them. That's who I am. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I'm the big G. That's who I am. And I'm in every sacred text. I'm everywhere. Don't think I ain't over there. Don't think that just because they say Buddha, that they don't know me. They know me. Y'all got that confused and think them people don't know God. That's the thing. Y'all got it confused. Telling somebody that if they don't, and see, the only difference now is like, y'all, now they damn you to hell. Back then, they'll take you to hell. They'll cut your whole head off if you didn't. That was the whole point of the Papers Bull, right? Right? Now,
You got it.
name me one other president that has spoken about the public law that was mentioned about the Bible. Name me another president. Name me one president. Donald Trump. Name me one president that said we finna get his whole entire country back to God and we finna go sit down and we finna pray to this about this because they didn't turn this country over to the devil. Name me another country that has done that. I mean, name me another president. Can y'all name one? And this all I'm gonna say before I get off here. Every single person, and I mean every single man that God has sent, the people hated him. Only a few loved him. The majority hated him. Every single time. Not sometimes, every single time. He was hated by the people the most. So, what did your spirit say? Is he wrong?
I say if God placed him there, that's because he wanted him there.
Oh, hey, wifey, if you still up, you can stop the recording. You can go back to sleep. I know you probably sleep up there. What'd you say, brother?
I said I believe God had placed him there. That's the honest truth. I believe so. And then a lot of people do hate on him, but I do see the connections you made, and I had those same connections myself. So yeah, I relate.
I mean, I don't see. My thing is this: I don't think that we would have ever got to this big human traffic sting that we got going on if Trump don't hit office. We never had that. The whole Jeffrey Epstein, Weinstein, all of this happened under when he put that into effect. So the Weinstein situation would have never happened. The Epstein situation never would have happened. I don't think there would have ever been a pandemic or ever. None of that would have happened. I promise. That's just how I feel. Anybody else feel like it would? I know for a fact it wouldn't have happened. You wouldn't be having Prince Andrews going through what he going through right now if those things was not put there to happen. And God says, I'm the one that establishes the law. So when God places a person in that seat to call upon the law and hold those accountable, what can you really say? And a lot of y'all are like, well, he needs to hold himself accountable. No, that's y'all job. People. Oh, y'all don't know how to get a president out of office? I mean, y'all done tried with all the crimes and stuff. Now, here's the thing. Why do y'all celebrate? And this is one question. When he does something and it gets overturned in the Supreme Court or something, it gets overturned, y'all celebrate. But when he has to go amongst the Supreme Court and all this other type of stuff about the shit y'all accuse him of and he wins, you like, what do you say? Y'all say, oh, they work for him. He put them there. Well, he put the same ones there that turned this shit down. Right? I mean, come on. I can't hear y'all in here. Y'all say y'all want to talk now.
It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense.
And I don't trust
I
none of the
agree.
politicians. None of them. I don't care.
But that's
who
the
it is.
thing. He ain't a politician. That's why don't nobody
know
like him.
Every one of them dudes in them offices have been dirty and evil. I don't see none of
He
them
know what to
clean,
do
man.
with that money. He know what to do with it. He a businessman. He not a politician at all. And that's what we missing.
One, he didn't need your money. He don't need your money.
Yep.
He
He
already
don't
wealthy.
need nothing from
You
you.
can't buy him. He already gave his whole full salary away the whole entire time, so he don't need your money. He don't need any of that, right? That happened. So all I'm saying is, you could like that's just like me right now. A lot of people don't like that I might cuss in here or say something. They'll be like, how he say this and he worship God. I just seen him on here smoking the other day. I had a brother tell me, man, when you were smoking, I couldn't even watch you. I said, yeah, bro. He said, I couldn't even watch you, man. Couldn't even watch you. And then I just thought in my mind, like, bro, I smoke before I get on here. What's the fucking difference? You know what I'm saying? Like, you sitting up here telling me when I was smoking right here, just talking to you, enjoying my day, but sharing information with you, you couldn't watch me. But you not knowing I'm smoking before I get on here. Because I don't smoke in my house. You see what I'm saying? So it's not like you're gonna see me chilling and whatever. Like, you know, if you see me smoking, I'm not in my damn house. That don't mean the message changed or anything. But here it is. You chose not to listen to me, even though I'm sharing the truth with you, all because I'm smoking. So my point is, you could not like him. You could not say whatever, but a lot of his moves is definitely, it's official, man. You know, I can't be mad at it. It's a lot of stuff that I feel like it's unnecessary to say and talk about and do and all of that type of stuff. But I also understand this too. Trump plays the content game because he understands the media. So a lot of shit Trump gonna say just to grab your attention to look his way. And once he gets you to look his way, now he can tell you and show you what he want to show you. But if he don't say something crazy and doing all that, like, y'all not gonna pay. Did y'all give a damn when Biden was talking? Hell no. You ain't say it wasn't nothing to look at. He was on there asleep, closing his eyes and shit. That's what he was doing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the other dude? I seen his ass. What's his name? Mitch Connor. What's his name? Mitch Connell. What's his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Senator, congressman, he a politician. Look him up. What's his name?
Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell.
Man, y'all see how that dude look? Man, let me show you how that dude look. And they got him up here being. Look at this. Look at this shit. This how he was sitting up there looking. I'm for real when I say look at this. Now I want y'all to look.
Got a neurological disorder.
Look at him. The point is, he shouldn't be in no damn office. They using him to sit there. Same way they put Joe. That's why he was telling y'all, like, ain't nowhere in the hell Joe Biden's supposed to be in. That man went to sleep at the podium. He forgot what we was talking about. Why he was talking. Plenty of times.
He look like he watching a scary movie.
So then when you hear Donald Trump pop up, I'm like, man, they did a lot of robo signing, a lot of forgery. All of those documents that were signed that way will be kicked out because it was not done by the president. Like, you got to understand what's being said. So now that means that they putting people in front of you and using them to stay in front of you. So y'all could have got Miss Kamala Harris in there, but she wouldn't have been running shit. But that's just like right now. Y'all gonna say, well, all right, I'm gonna say this move to y'all. First and foremost, how many of y'all know Trump been pulling away from the UN, NATO, and stuff like that? And sending them money. How many of y'all know that? This ain't this term. This started the first term. How many of y'all know that? Y'all ain't talking to me. I'm finna get off here with y'all asses.
Nah. Well, I didn't.
I know he's been doing all that.
No, listen to what I'm saying though. Remember, everybody talking about this term. What did he do the first term that y'all keep forgetting about? Because all he did was pick up where he left off and fix what he had to come back and fix in. If y'all really wanted him out the way, y'all should have just gave him a full 8-year term. But y'all just so damn selfish. But the point is, what did he do? He pulled away from who? What is it called? WHO World. What is it? What is it called? With
Making America great again?
No.
World Health Organization.
World Health Organization.
Yeah.
All these type of things. Think about it. He pulled away from them, right? Because of Fauci and what's his name, right? He knew what they was doing. They've been genocidal. All this money being spent. They kept doing all this stuff to people, right? Know that. That's one. Pulled away from them. He also said, man, you know what? We finna get away from the UN too. We ain't finna be rocking with y'all doing all this type of stuff and y'all ain't got no love for us doing stuff for us. Also, he told NATO the same thing. We finna start sending y'all money over here. For what? Why we sending all this money to y'all? So Trump said, what? Hey, will y'all help us? Hey. He's saying it right now. Hey, y'all gonna come help us? Hey, you gonna help us? Yeah, y'all look at it like he begging for help. No, man, this me checking it out. Because we got something. Whoever helped, you going to get a part of it. You're going to get a little piece of it. Don't worry. But all y'all, rest of y'all motherfuckers that didn't help, I see y'all. Just know. Ooh, we finna back all the way out from y'all. Ain't no more protecting your country. We ain't sending shit over there. We don't care what they do to you no more. Yeah, we get to save our money. You dealing with a man that like money, that save money. Deal with money. Everybody like, he went bankrupt 10 times. She said he went and being bankrupt now is two different things. To even go bankrupt and using it as a form, a way to protect your assets.
Cool.
Yeah, using it as a tool to protect your assets and then jump back in the game and make more money, bro. That's great. You can't hate on that, especially when he got more money than you. You know what I'm saying? But see, people don't see this type of stuff. You don't understand that he checking the air. He calling everybody out. Like, hey, look, what y'all gonna do? We paying y'all. We sending y'all all this money. We giving y'all this money. Now it's our turn. Y'all always calling us for help. We didn't help y'all, and we the most elite military around. We don't need y'all help, but guess what? We gonna call on it because y'all supposed to be our allies. That's just like having health insurance. I mean, that's like having insurance and never getting to use it. You paying all this money, never use it ever. Then the time you do it, then they half-ass act like they don't want to give it to you. So you mean to tell me everybody in here, y'all just gonna keep paying people billions and billions on trillions of top of, dollars of money all throughout these years, and you ain't gonna ask for a favor nowhere? This how I know people don't really be thinking. This how I think, because this is what I do. Shit, okay. Yeah, let me. I've been dealing with this person for a long time. I've been helping doing it. Let me see if I can call on this person. I never have to call on them, but I'm gonna call on them today. Hey, what you got going on? Hey man, I got this going on. You think you can help? Nah, man, I can't help you. Oh, okay. All right, man. I just wanted to holler at you. Appreciate you. Boom. 2 years later, hey man, I'm down bad, bro. You know what I'm saying? Shit, bro, I can't even help you, dog. Can't even help you. You know what I'm saying? I had to figure it out. You got to figure it out too. I can't help you. Man, let me get this ugly dude off my screen. He's still up there chilling. Look how he look. And we got the nerve to let some shit like this sit up there and be anything as a politician for it. Like, this is crazy. And this how they all look. They all look like this. But here they is taking your children, your women, and doing that. And then you put this type of person in the streets. It won't last 2 minutes. Even if you want to go look at the young him, he is not gonna last 2 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So my whole point of me saying this to y'all, is just like, that's why I said sit back and just watch. Stop making so many decisions when you ain't really, or thinking or jumping to a side, thinking that, when you ain't even watching what's going on. You damn right if we allies and I done paid y'all all this money and we constantly funding all these organizations and shit like that. Hell yeah, I'm gonna add. I don't need your help, but I'm gonna call for it. We didn't already took care of the situation. So go on and bring it over here. Shit, if we losing, why you gotta replace your damn leaders twice, nigga? Excuse my language. Y'all about to get me talking gangster to him. If we losing, why we gotta replace your shit twice? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Any of that. Cause you know why? And then look, I guarantee they was like, oh, well, they let Iran go through the canal and all this stuff to be able to support the world with gas and oil and stuff like that. No, y'all think that they went? No, Trump said, hey, y'all can go this way. Since they said they'll help, y'all can go over there to them. Can't go over there to them, though. You go over there to them, we're going to send a missile at you. We're going to end you right there where you at. They ain't getting no oil. That we call for their help. We've been paying them all this money. They ain't getting none. And you can't be mad at that. You can't be mad at that. But a lot of people don't see it that way, though. Only thing, y'all just want to be mad. Just want to be mad. But the truth is, when you look at, and this how I say, it's best not to even cast judgments when you start looking at yourself, your situations, your life. How are you managing your wars that you have going on? With your family, allies, friends, whatever. Like, you probably don't even know who your ally is for real. But this ain't something that you say, oh, well, we just want to call our people home and this and that. And I'm like, I'm with Trump. Man, these folks tried to kill me, man. If you don't want to be up here, then get on. Yeah, you can step down too. If you don't think they a threat, they've been a threat the whole entire time. They've been screaming death to America before he even got in as a president. How about that? They've been screaming that. And that ain't the only country that's been saying it to us. So, man,
I'm only concerned about me.
But see, this is why I don't like to talk too much about this type of stuff, because people can't handle it. people can't really take the fact, like you have to have a deeper and broader perspective. And that I could break it down to you the way you can understand it. Because if this was happening in your hood like this, oh, you would get everything I'm saying. You would get everything. See, you got to look at the United States of America as a person, as his own individual person. And then this is how you've been taking care of all these people, looking out for them, protecting them. You've been big brother all this time. Yeah, we might be the youngest in age, but or one of the youngest in age when it comes to a country. Not the youngest, but one of the ones, major countries. Let's say that. We might be the youngest in age in that, but yeah, we still the most mightiest. Why? Because we still get called on for help. Do we not?
All the time.
Ain't no. Hey, look how we say, man. I ain't never heard nobody say, put that Styles P on or Eminem on or whatever. How the other people say when they try to knock other people's song. I ain't never heard nobody say, man, call Cuba for help. Never. I ain't never heard nobody say call Cuba. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never heard it. I ain't never heard nobody say call, whoever. Call them for some help. And they don't call them. Who they call? They call the big gun, United States of America. That's who they call every time, man. We want to be with them. We need to make allies with them. And here we is. Ukraine, he over there acting all crazy and shit. You know what I'm saying? Did they call on anybody else? Nope. They called, can we get y'all guns? Can we get some guns from y'all to fight Putin? You know what I'm saying? And he like, look, man, I tell you what, and I would have said the same thing. Man, you let us get some of them resources you got over there, hell yeah. We'll come over there and protect everything we got. But you ain't finna come in my office and talk like you big dog and you losing, bro. You losing. Your people don't even want you to be sitting there no more. They want you to give up. But here you are in America asking for what? Why you ain't stop at Cuba? You know what I'm saying? Why you ain't go to Nigeria? Why you ain't go to any of these other little countries? Why you ain't go to them? You could have went to Jamaica. You didn't want to go there and ask them for help. Why you ain't call North Korea? South Korea, why you ain't call either one of them? Because them two, North Korea ain't going to be able to make it past South Korea without a problem. So they can't come to your aid, no way. You see what I'm saying? Oh, you want to go help them, but you got to come down through here? Shit, it's going to cost you, bro. You need to bring your tanks and all this stuff through us? Yeah, it's going to cost you. See, that's the situation, man. And that's why I say, see, somebody said now Cuba's power grid is down. Hey, not laughing at their power grid being down. And then y'all get mad because Trump said, oh, we finna go take Cuba. You're supposed to. You're supposed to. And he's saying take, but the truth is, we finna go over there. We finna help Cuba. We're gonna uplift them. We're gonna do it to have Cuba. It's just like this. You want us to come help? You want us to do this? Cool, we come help. Or we ain't got to help at all. Sit over there with the power off.
You got to make it an even trade somehow.
You feel what I'm saying? Now, I just want y'all to hear what I'm saying, to actually think about it. I ain't even saying I'm right, but if you actually sit down and think about it and you really running the country, what you gonna do? See, because there's some secret stuff that they know that you don't know because it's military stuff, secrets that you can never know. until years after the operation is done. And then it depends on how detrimental is it that you might not know then. They might make a movie about it, but other than that, you ain't gonna get to know the full whole blown truth about it. But my whole point is, there's certain stuff that you ain't gonna get to know until you sit in that seat. Right?
Yep.
Then how y'all gonna get mad at somebody and say, "Oh, well, he said no more wars," but dude, he just pointed a gun at me. How you gonna tell me no more wars and they pointing a gun at us? I gotta go to war now. Sometimes it just comes to your door. It is what it is, and we still ain't at war yet. We're not at war. I just want to clarify this: we are not at war yet. It has not been declared. The day it get declared on war, the world gonna stop. Everybody gonna be sitting down. You gonna turn on your TVs. You gonna hear it everywhere. If you're in New York or whatever, you gonna see it out plastered all over the TVs everywhere, all over the big screens down in the city. It's gonna be everywhere, and you gonna sit and listen.
It's not gonna be televised, Eric.
You say what?
It is not gonna be televised. People gonna be out at Disney World having fun.
That don't mean it ain't gonna be televised. Televised mean they going to display and tell you that we have been declared war. The same way they did when we was dealing with Afghanistan and Iraq and all that. They declared war on TV. They told us. The Congress has made that we actually knew Congress went in to have a meeting to declare war, and when they came out and was done, they came and spoke to the TV and told us we was at war. We declared war. They told us how many people was getting shipped up, suited and booted, how many troops they was sending over there and everything. I'll never forget. Everybody had a little small time to say goodbye to your loved ones, and they was shipped up out of here. They was gone. Quick. So they gonna tell you now whether you watching TV or not. Now, that's a different thing. But it's damn sure gonna be televised because that's the quickest way to get it out. They have to let you know that the war has been declared. That's public information. So it's going to happen, if they declare it. I'm not saying that. But it has not gotten to a point to where we have to declare war. It's not there yet. And that's why I keep saying, like, y'all keep saying we losing. If we was losing the war, if we was losing the situation, then they would immediately say, hey, guys, we're declaring war. But we can't be losing if we ain't declared it. Do y'all understand that part?
Now I do. It makes sense now to me.
And then not only that, here's the other thing. Y'all keep trying to blame it on Trump. First and foremost, the military has to present prima facie evidence that shows that we are under a specific type of threat. Now, it's his duty to determine whether this threat is minimal and we can run an operation to take care of it, or is it such a big of a threat to where we have to go to Congress and declare war? So, if we can't handle something by operation and they end up attacking and taking our people that we put in operation and holding them hostage, as prisoners of war or something of that nature, holding them as hostages, then yeah, we finna declare war and we finna come get our people that you holding. We not finna even play with you at all. So yeah, we probably got you. And this the thing. See, they do this type of stuff, and then, and then it's like everybody's kin is always on watch. That's what y'all gotta know too. If you the head of a state or a president of a country, your family is watched. So let's say a lot of your family is here in America doing business. And then next thing we know, we see your whole entire family getting on flights, especially some that were supposed to stay here a couple years for diplomatic reasons or something of that nature. We see your whole family getting on flight. All we know what time it is. What y'all got going on? Well, all of a sudden you calling your people. You felt like, what was your comment? I didn't even see your comment. You good. You good, fam. But yeah, so I'm just telling y'all, like, are y'all even understanding anything I'm saying in here?
I am. You clarifying a lot for me.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
I ain't saying y'all got to agree with me.
Outlook on it myself.
I ain't saying y'all got to literally agree with me, but what I'm saying
It
is
make you think.
I just want y'all to understand, like, it's bigger than oh, we don't need to go to war and we can't do this. Like, trust me, if it's a reason we have operations of people over there, and a lot of people like, oh, like the dumbest shit to say is it's to stop the Epstein files. What? If that's the case, we wouldn't even put them out from the beginning. That is the most simple-minded shit to say. We going to war specifically because of the Epstein files. Hell no. That ain't even nothing to even talk about, to worry about. Y'all can talk about it. You can continue to pull and read the records. They already got dates on when these particular things is going to continue dropping. They gonna come out. They're not gonna not come out. There hasn't put anything put out to say they gonna cease the records or anything. Have anybody seen anything like that?
Nope.
No.
Exactly.
No. Mm-mm.
No.
They've already wrote a transparency law and statute. So it's already put into order that it has to be put out in transparency in a certain type of way. So to be ignorant and say that's the reason why that's just stupid, man. That's what I'm talking about. That's stupid. Stop following the trend. And then this is one reason why social media can be it could be a curse. And it could be a good thing at the same time. It's a good thing just by whether the ways we use it, but some of y'all just don't need a damn voice. You don't need to say shit, not have an opinion. You don't need to be able to jump on here and say a damn thing. And that's pretty much the most scariest part about this, because somebody can get on here and get a whole full opinion and somebody else gonna ride with it because you said a bunch of words, kind of sound like you think you might know what you're talking about. And here we are. And I'm not saying I'm against or for. I'm against for whoever gonna follow the law and operate in righteousness and protect this country in the way that it needs to be protected, the way that God said so. That's what I'm for. I don't care the color. I don't care if he orange, pink, blue, red, whatever. I don't care. That's not it for me. But I do understand his position. I do understand that what has to take place. And I do know that a lot of y'all would have probably already got us killed. The government are fully taken over. All kind of shit would have happened right now. Now, y'all trying to say that he's in the bed with the Zionists. Y'all don't be paying attention. Do y'all remember the first time he got in office? Well, hell, the second time, matter of fact, too. But this time, have y'all seen? Do y'all pay attention to like detail as far as hand gestures?
No, not unless he
Nah,
can
I
leave it
never
out.
seen none. Yeah.
Now, somebody just hopped on here. I don't even think he know what we talking about. But we are 3 hours in. And this would be killing me, man. Are you able to record in real time when you apply any of these things? Am I able to record? What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure you're talking about something else not related to what we're talking about right now. But but I know his position is not what everybody think it's easy to do and run. And I know a lot of people would just have us in situations that it's unbearable. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't really know where God gonna take us, but I know it's where we supposed to go. And I do know if you pay attention to body language and stuff like that, like the first time, like if you pay attention to when you know how everybody take a picture with the Pope and they smile and not, the Pope went down smiling. He didn't want to shake it, they didn't shake hands and none of that shit. Like, do y'all remember when he went to go make his rounds to see everybody? They all was pissed off. They did not like it. Even when he went over there, to Israel, they was mad as hell looking at him. mad. And they finna be even madder when they find out that it ain't gonna work in their favor like they think. Well, guys, it's 9. Let me get out of here, man. We've been on here long enough.
Yo, thank you, man. Appreciate the conversation for real.
Word.
I was
Peace
thinking
and
about
love.
some of the
Love
videos
y'all.
you posted, and he said, "Are you able to record in real time when you?" So, what do you mean? Am I able to record? Do I record what I'm doing? Is that what you asking me? I'm gonna answer your question before we get off here. So, you asking me, do I take a camera and record when I'm doing what? I think that's what you're trying to say. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see before I get off of here. Because I think that's what you're trying to say. I'm gonna say it like this, bro. I've been doing this for so long that I don't even think to pick up a phone or record something, to prove something for real, for real. Been doing it long enough to know, to have, it's nothing for really, I guess like, it depends on what you ask me for to see it for. Are you want to see it because you want me to prove something, or you just want to see how it works or whatever? Because a lot of people come and say, well, can you show me such and such? And it's like, a lot of the stuff I talk about, I don't have y'all problems. I don't have gun charge problems. I don't have a lot of problems that people have. I don't have foreclosure. I don't have foreclosure problems. I don't have problems of me finna get kicked out of a lease or any. I don't have those type of problems for me to have to record certain things. I just don't have them. That doesn't mean that that it's gonna discredit what I know because I don't have the problem. But I can bring plenty of people in here to let them tell you about it themselves. Now I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that if that's what you're trying to say, like in that manner. Now, if you're not, that was just me making a guess. So I don't take it as you disrespecting or nothing like that. But I'm saying I just don't have a lot of the problems that goes on that I talk about or teach on that it'll happen to me because usually I'm 99.9% correct in my business and always like my face card. My face card good. Let me just say that. I've always valued my face card being good. So if I go somewhere, do something, or whatever, like I'm good. I don't owe nobody nothing. And if I owe you, call me. You paid. You can go your way. But I don't owe nobody nothing. And I try to keep it that way. I try to stay in line and all of that type of stuff. So it's just a lot of situations I just don't really run into because I got a lot of people that depend on me, so I can't fail. I can't have a thought of failing or put us in a position to where I got to struggle or come up with something. Like that's why I work so hard because I'm like right now. Y'all gotta understand. Like right now, I've already done everything I'm supposed to do for this year. Right now, I'm working on everything that I'm doing. Well, I'm also done with everything I'm going to do next year. I'm working on what I'm doing for the third year. And we just in March. So, right.
Damn, bro.
Nah, no lie, for real. Right now, I got over. Last time I told y'all, it was like at 50. Now I'm at 102. So, we got 102 ebooks. A lot of information. But I told y'all what my goal was. My goal was I really want to create a law library that's actually broken down so that the average person can understand it who just started. And it don't sound so complex and thrown everywhere. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of hard for me to put myself into certain positions because me personally, I'm telling y'all, if it get down to it, man, I'll be telling y'all, hey man, no more work sessions on Mondays and Wednesdays. I'm gonna be on the roof. I'm putting in the floor. I'm changing out a motor or something. We're gonna get some money. That's one thing we gonna do. We won't do nothing else. We're gonna get some money now. I mean, I've been taught that all my life and just how to know. I'm gonna tell y'all something else. See, now y'all got me talking about this. Let me tell y'all this. A lot of people always operate, it takes money to make money. It takes an idea. It takes a plan. It takes discipline and good habits. That's all it takes. You don't gotta have money to make the money. I know Ricardo. I know what Ricardo do. All I got to do is find the people that want what Ricardo do. And I'm going to play the middleman all day. Put my little tax on it, and then I'm going to build it up to enough to where I'm still going to go buy directly from Ricardo. And then I'm going to start stacking my stuff up. And I'm going to have me a full inventory. And then now, I'm still making the money. And then I'm still going to be buying in whole from Ricardo. Then I done made Ricardo step his game up because now he finna go get into something else extra. He gonna be like, hey, bro, I got this now. You know, see what you can do with this. I'm gonna go find that person for that. I didn't spend not $1 to make $1. It took an idea. It took a plan. Just to make it happen. The first time I figured this out, I was with my partners. They twins. They in Ghana right now. But I think they in Ghana. They be back and forth. But anyway, if any one of y'all interested in going to Ghana and stuff like that, let me know. I can hook y'all up with them. And we can buy land over there. So anybody want to buy land with me over there, we can do that too. But we got access to it. I got access to the silk, the cloth, all of that. So if you're looking for that, we can make that happen too. But we used to kick it real hard, right? And they were they're very talented artists, can paint, can draw anything. Painted my daughter's room, everything, whatever I asked for, he done it. I paid him exactly what he asked for. Didn't even undercut it with no $200-$300 job. It was about $600-$700 job almost, but paid him. But they always had this little doubt about themselves. But I've always praised their paintings, etc. And they was like, man, we can't sell this. We can't do this. And I was like, man, look, give me all your paintings and we're going to sell them. I sold a couple of them just to show them that they could be sold. Took them around to people that, you need to be in front of. But I sold them. And then, but anyway, we was like, man, we need to do something. They used to love hip hop and want to do the hip hop thing and stuff like that. And they was like, man, we need to do something in relation to music and stuff like that. So I was like, bro, I got this idea. Don't y'all laugh at my idea because my idea. Don't even try to take. You can take it now because I don't care for it. Actually, my cousin called me and said he was gonna take my idea. But so what I came up was, in my area, all the popular females, right? I got in all the popular females inbox and I said, basically like, hey, I know you got a bunch of people that's in your inbox daily and they all want something from you, right? But you're not giving them any opportunity to rock with you. So I was like, what if you modeled calendars or for business, or what if you did, just all kind of little different stuff that I just threw ideas out there. Like you could just wear people t-shirts and just hop on there, take pictures and they stuff, take rappers' song. Since you like to dance, then take their song, make them pay you for dancing, right? So what I called this was, we called this seductive promotions, right? That was the name of it. And I literally end up getting about 12 girls together. Now, a lot of people hate it because they couldn't understand how somebody like myself did that, how I was able to get these type of women around, the one that they run for every single day, but how I got them around me. So what I did was the first thing is we went to a limousine place. We got a party bus. We went to certain clubs and stuff like that. We all set up like different VIP, just like a full package. And the point was like, if you want to have a good time, you want to party with us. You can party with us. We can use us for promotion, whatever the case may be. We brought business to everybody. And mind you, I haven't spent that dollar yet. Okay? Haven't spent that dollar. Went to Arby's and asked them, can we wash cars there? Stuff like that. They said, yeah. Bro, we washed 2, maybe 3 cars. How much money y'all think we left with? We only watched 3 now. How much money y'all think we left with?
Depends how much I was charging for each car wash. And then when they were looking like that,
Shit, $25 was just $25, bro.
also wasn't bad. 75 y'all made if it was 3 cars.
All right. Do you say 75? Anybody else?
300.
300? All right. Anybody else?
150.
Anybody else?
150.
All right. One more. Somebody said 150. The last person.
500.
We made 2,000. We made 2,000.
Damn.
We only watched 3. We only watched 3 cars. How you think we got the money?
Fred.
They just drove by and gave it. Oh man, I appreciate this day. Y'all some beautiful women out here. I sure appreciate this day. I didn't think I was gonna get to come to Arby's and see this. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, we ain't even broke a damn sweat. The dude that tipped the most, he gave 500, and all the person did was sit in the car in the driveway and order some food with him that fed everybody, and he gave $500 tip. I don't think y'all understand what I'm trying to tell y'all.
That's good.
That sounds like easy work.
Very easy.
And it was all about the promotion.
It's all about the idea of me understanding that all I need is resources. If I got resources, I can make money. It don't take money to make money. Now, money is a good resource to go and use to make money, but if you ain't got money, then look at your resources. Look at what you got. Look at what you got around you. How can you connect people? How can you make people connect to make money? How can you do that? You know what I'm saying? And that's why I always tell I tell my wife this all the time. Whenever you ready to say, and this is the reason why I think that she won't sell and bake, get back to baking cookies, because she know I'm gonna put her ass to work. Real talk.
They that good, huh?
She ain't gonna never get out there, because you know what I'm gonna do? I done already did it, and y'all ain't gonna be able to deny it. If you ever taste them cookies, you want them. My job is to make sure they hit your mouth. So only thing I'm gonna do is every time y'all buy a class, what's your address? We sending you a cookie. And I'm gonna send one. You got kids? Here go some more. Now your kids done ate them. Oh, mama, where them cookies at? Now y'all got them cookies? Yep, we sure do. You want some more? All I need to do is get it in your mouth.
You're a pusher, Eric.
Get some of them special cookies and get them going.
What you say, Hutch?
They say you the pusher, man. You're a pusher. You're a pusher, man.
I mean, I just know, bro. Like I'm a people's man. Let me say that. I'm a people's man. I understand people. I know what people want, what people like, what they don't like. What you know what I'm saying? Like it's just how you go about it, man. It's just how you go about doing it. And you know, it's not a hard thing. And I said this to say this, y'all. Like you can do it. Stop thinking that you need millions and thousands of dollars. You don't. Shoot, I made Nikki quit working. I made my wife quit working. Straight up. Psh. They paying you what? Barely $33,000 a month. Quit today. You're not working there no more. No. I told her exactly what we was gonna do and how we was gonna take care of ourselves, and here we are. So what we gonna do? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be a great service to the people. We're gonna give away a lot of free knowledge and all that. She was like, "How we gonna do it with this?" I said, "Listen, all you gotta understand is this: whatever you want, you got to be able to do it first. You want somebody to give to you, you got to be able to give to them. You want somebody to buy your product, buy your own product. I'm telling y'all some sacred knowledge that you probably don't even understand right now.
Game, game right here. Go ahead.
You got to do it yourself first. It's all about energy. The first thing I do is before any of y'all can purchase my product, I do it myself first. I buy for me first. Every time. It's planting a seed. Right? And now that energy that has been placed there, it's going to track your energy or anybody else's energy that is going to apply for this particular matter. Right? It's just that simple. Y'all can do it too. It's not hard, but you got to believe in you. Know what you got. Number one, stop caring about your friends and your damn family. Ain't none of y'all in here grew up with me. None of y'all. And people from where I'm from that know me can't understand why y'all fuck with me. They don't get it. Because they think I'm still the Eric they used to know. That's the only thing stuck in their mind. And I tell you all about that person a lot of times. We'll never go back to being that person because those people don't deserve my time. None whatsoever. But what I am telling you is it's so possible for you to do it, guys, and it's just like for you to get up and do it. Create you great habits. Do what you're supposed to do. Have faith in what you're doing. Understand how energy works. Time plus consistency equals growth. If you grow, it is going to grow. There's somebody like you in every neighborhood, damn near in every family. But the only thing that's going to stop you is never being the opportunity. So if you don't never present yourself as the opportunity itself, then that's the problem. I'm gonna have to edit this recording because it's gonna be like 4 hours long. 4 hours long. But that's it, man. Like, and then stop looking at money like it's something outside of you. Money is a conversion of you. It's a conversion of your energy, your time, your thoughts, your ideas. That's all it is. It's not something that you got to go run and get from somebody or nothing. No, just understand how to convert it. You can transform things. You can manipulate energy and turn it into something else. You can manipulate your idea and turn it into cash. You can manipulate your service and turn it into money. You can manipulate all of it. And that's something that I learned quick. Like, y'all got to truly understand, like, when we went into, you got to really understand how it felt to be able to walk in the club, all 12 of these women. We got our own section when we walk in. And I'm looked at as a dude who's not supposed to be able to do this, who's not supposed to be able to be around these type of people. And they could not figure that shit out. How did he do it? Now, if I would have had them to actually just listen to me, like actually listen to me, first thing I would do is go to the corner, go get you a corner store. Go get you a store. Put you a very muscular, strong, handsome man in there. Then you put you a very feminine, beautiful woman in there to work these two different shifts. You're going to make $1 million out that store. Can anybody tell me why?
Just because of who you place in there?
It is because of that. It's because of who I place in there, but it's about who's going to come in there.
Well, opposite attracts, and when they're attracted, they're gonna come back. That's
See,
nature.
you got retired John. You got him. We're gonna say John Mitchell. John Mitchell is retired. John Mitchell is 74 years old. John Mitchell wakes up to his wife he been waking up to for the past, what, 30, 40 years, 50 years, just depending on how long they've been married. He been waking up to her forever. Love her to death. Treats her very fine and well. But he's still gonna go to that damn store and go look at Cherry every day. He gonna get his cup of coffee, right? And he gonna go in there and shoot the shit with her. Hi, girl. How you doing, girl? You so gorgeous, baby. How you doing today? You know what I'm saying? He gonna hold a conversation. Gonna treat her with the utmost respect. Still, he ain't gonna disrespect her or nothing. Gonna treat her with respect. He gonna drink his coffee there every day. Gonna fill his gas up there every day. You know what I'm saying? Even when he just want to leave the house, he gonna go up there. Right? Then you got Sherry. Mm-hmm. Sherry over here. And y'all think, and this ain't nothing, I'm telling you what I know. Cause I got a big family. So my cousins, as soon as they see a girl that's up there at the store, hey man, you seen that girl up there at Ray Mart? Man, you better get up there. Hey man, go up there and get you some chips, man. Go get you some
That
chips.
is so true.
You gonna bang, go up there right now. You better catch her right now. Now you gotta catch her at this time because she ain't. Look, they put it out there like that. So now we finna pull up at the store. You see it? Yeah, man, she beautiful. You know, yeah, I like she cool, whatever. That's what happens. But see y'all, and this is what I'm telling y'all. I listen. The way to make money is not. It's not really the service or the product. You do great in that, but it's knowing people. Know people. People are no different than you. They really not. So know yourself, and you can know everybody else. Because just because you don't do something don't mean that you're not capable of doing something. See what I mean? So if it's a capability there, then there's somebody there that is going to act on that capability. So yeah, man, like I say, you just get you a store, man, get you a corner store. Get you one in there. You know what I'm saying? And it's all right. Why you think places like Twin Peaks and Hooters and why you think they do what they do? Buffalo Wild Wings, whatever, like, and then you can tell the person that's hiring, he got a type because all of them look alike. Every last one of them. They look exactly alike. That's it. Whoever doing the hiring got a type. And you can tell because they look alike. I'm dead serious. But I'm just telling y'all, like, it ain't hard to know. You know what I'm saying? She said she needs to see that big strong. Yeah, she got to see that big strong man. So she ain't gonna take herself down there. She want to see the muscles all flexed out. Yeah, she want to see it. She want to go over there and ask him, can you reach over here at the top shelf and grab this for me? Yeah, she want to see all that. And she gonna come in there every time. She gonna get her gas from there faithfully. Gonna make sure. There ain't no difference than restaurants. They do the same thing at restaurants. Man, seen that waiter over there? Yup. Man, going over there and get that. Go on there and go eat. People come over there and eat because a waiter over there. Not because your food been all right. You know what I'm saying? We usually get it to go. But today, we eating in. Y'all think I'm lying, don't y'all?
That's exactly how it go down. You ain't lying about nothing. That's exactly. I've been working restaurant too prior to all of this. Yeah, this is exactly how it do.
It is. So stop acting like y'all don't know what to do. It is what it is. It's a lot of business that I do that y'all will never know I own it. Never. You'll never know my face on it. I have a pen pal name on that It's other people's faces on it, but you ain't gonna know I own it ever. So random. I mystery shop for one of those places, and their guidelines literally go down to hair color, how short their skirts have to be, etc. It was crazy. See, that's my point, because they know what they looking for. They know what's gonna bring them in. Strip clubs, man, I don't know. Strip clubs kind of it's because see, strip clubs is not a see. You gotta understand strip clubs. Strip clubs, you get one shot. You know what I'm saying? Strip clubs, you only get one shot. Cause when I come in here, I see everything. I ain't coming back. At this store, I gotta wonder about you every day. I gotta think about this. I gotta think about that. I gotta think about what you gonna put on the next day, what that's gonna look like for you. You know what I'm saying? I gotta think about all of this every time. We get to the strip club, I ain't got shit else to think about. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, everything else is just gonna lead to you trying to do whatever, and you got to be a damn fool to try to lock down a stripper. Yeah, you out your mind. It's the first time I knew I didn't. I'm gonna tell y'all this. How I know a strip club went for me. This is the honest truth too. I'm gonna tell y'all my first time going to a strip club. Y'all can't hear.
I can't wait to you tell us.
I tell y'all. Yeah, all right. So we went to this place called Players Club. It was me, my brother, and one of my brother's homeboy, who I call like a brother as well. Now, mind you, so we on the way to the strip club. It take about an hour for us to get there because we stay out towards the country way. So it's an hour away. So now I'm driving. I'm 18, right? My brother, my partner, my brother partner in the back seat. He got the cooler, a bill, everything. They popping bills open. They drinking good. They drinking good. Mind you, now like we go up the road. We get like they got a roadblock. I'm like, oh shit. So we get at the roadblock. So the police come right here, he check everything, he see what I got, then he look back there, he see an open container. First thing the damn the first thing the officer start hollering, somebody going to jail. So shit. We looked at he asked old buddy in the back seat. He said, can you open that cooler back there? Now, mind you, my partner back there sweating bullets. He nervous. It's not even hot. It's actually cool. He nervous as shit back there. So he just didn't even look. I wish I could see my face, but the camera went out. But he didn't even look, y'all. Y'all can see my face here. Look, he didn't even look. He was just kind of like, he was just turning his head. Lifted up like this. He just turned his head like not even looking in there. He was like, I know I'm fucked up. So he lifted it up. Dude started hollering, oh, somebody else going to jail. So he reaches in there, grabs the cooler. They supposed to make you pour it out. They put it in their car. A whole damn cooler. They put it in their car. So my brother got out. He took the open container ticket. We love, keep going. Guess what they say? Hey, man, stop down here at the store. What? Yeah, man, stop down here at the store. Bet. We stop at the store. They come out with another cooler and some beer. So they popping the beers up and we traveling down the road, right? Now, we get to the strip club. First time coming in here, my brother know the dude at the door. They went to school together, something, whatever. They ain't seen each other in a while, whatever. So we walk in there. Now, when we first walk in, it's this big old dude. He look like, oh, man, Johnson. If y'all know who that is, that was a wrestler. About the size of Goldberg.
Yeah.
Yeah, he about the size of Goldberg. He was so big, bro.
I remember him, yeah.
So, now at this time I had a good job. We had not just a good job. We had what we called the gravy train job. Like I was at 18. I was making I was touching a whole lot of money to go from barely having to ask for money from here and there, being in school to actually making anywhere from $4,000-$5,000 a week at 18 years old, that's a lot of money. So I was making a lot of money. I ain't had no bills, no nothing going on, just freely. So anyway, we get in there, and this girl, she come on stage, and she look like Diamond off Players Club. I'm talking about look exactly like her. And I know y'all, we can say Lisa Ray, but I'm gonna say Diamond, because Lisa Ray don't look like Diamond, dude, on Players Club no more. But she look like Diamond. That's exactly what she look like. Same skin tone, everything. And I never forget. She came over there, she sat down, she like, asked me was it my first time. I was like, yeah. And she was like, all right. Well, she danced for a little bit. Then like she sat on my lap. Bro, I reached in my pocket and gave her all my money.
Damn, that fast? Like,
Bro, I gave it all fast, bro. Look, bro. I ain't throw a damn dollar, bro.
Yeah, you don't belong no strip club.
Bro, I reached in my pocket and gave her all my money, bro. Like just here. But she kept it so G, bro. She ain't even moved the rest of the night. She ain't go nowhere. She sat right there with me the whole entire night. So now all the other girls kind of see what's going on. My brother and them over there, they tipping good. They tipping real good. Man, next thing I know, bro, we hear on the intercom, like, the dude, the DJ, he talking mad crazy. Yeah, man, y'all come up here thinking y'all big ballers in the club. The women ain't dancing, they sitting over in the corner. Now, mind you, all the women is over here with us in the corner. They are not out there with the other guys. None whatsoever. And I just started noticing it. So one girl come up, she said, hey, I think y'all need to get out of here. We was like, we need to leave for what? And I'm thinking like, man, I just gave all my damn money. I ain't going nowhere. See, you know what I'm saying? So the girl, she was like, nah, don't worry about it. I'm gonna give you my number, this and that. Everything like that, right? But anyway, so the dude, DJ, still talking crazy. So then I started noticing, like, boom, everybody on one side of the club, we on the other. And I was like, so I started listening. And though my homeboy that was in the back seat, he didn't ask the girl for something for $25. Man, they going off on the microphone. He like, y'all out here trying to buy something for my women, this and that. So now, go back to the security guard. My brother said, man, come on, y'all, let's go. It ain't looking right in here. So he get up, he goes to the bathroom. My brother goes to the bathroom. Me and his partners, we still out there, right? Now, my brother and the dude kind of side. And my brother's a pretty big dude. But they kind of bumped side to side a little bit. And then my other partner, he was coming out. Now, mind you, this dude big, y'all. I'm talking about Goldberg size. I'm not, no exaggeration. Bro, when I say he walked through my partner's chest, when I say I'm talking about walk through his chest, boom, dude, he just dropped down to his knee. Man, bro, I looked at that big ass dude. And then I looked at him on the ground. I said, man, you better get your ass up. Come on, let's go, man. What you talking about? What you doing? Like, shoot, we got to go. They already talking about jumping us. So, anyway, we leave the strip club, man. Listen, y'all, I ain't been in the strip club since. I knew it wasn't for me. As soon as I gave all that money, rode home broke as shit. Nothing. Just super. Hey, you feel me? Like, that's what I'm telling y'all. That's how I know. That's why when somebody says something about the strip club, man, the strip club ain't for me. So, not at all. That was not it at all. It was not for me at all, man. But it was real though. I'm gonna say that it was an experience, but I understood right there and there that was not for me. I don't even see I work too hard. That's what two things I don't like: gambling and just going to a strip club throwing some money that I work hard for to get rid of that fast with with the bare minimum of what you would call pleasure in life. Hell no. I can't do it. Gambling, you work hard for that, and then you shoot a dice and it's gone. I put 10 hours. Like, you gotta think about it. You put $25 an hour and you can lose it in 5 seconds. Yeah, that's crazy. But that's one of my shenanigan stories, man. I can't, the other one's probably a little too gangster and stuff. I can't talk about a lot of stuff on here, but that was one of the crazy nights. For real. And they with no supervision on how to do the money and nothing. Ain't nobody supervise shit with me. I thought you was supposed to just give the money to them. I thought that's what it was for. I reached in my pocket. I'm talking about with no ones either. It was a couple thousand.
Oh, damn.
That's what I'm saying, y'all.
Ain't no wonder she didn't get up. She didn't get up over that.
But she,
Oh, yeah.
bruh,
She said that's the pay for the next 2 weeks.
bruh, they did not move. Bruh, they did not move, bruh. It was a couple thousand, man. Now my wife done woke up. She done finally cut it off. But anyway, I said everything to tell y'all this, though. Out of everything that we have talked about tonight, man, believe in yourself. Know it's possible. Have an idea. Know that you can do it. And it's you. It's up to you to do it, guys. Like, stop letting people tell you can't, or stop looking to people that's just around you right now. Like, they will support you and say you can do it, but they know you. They're not finna. Most of the people that know you, is gonna look for you to give them something. You know what I'm saying? Like, they not here to fully be in support of, to push you forward as a consumer or a customer or whatever it is that you're looking for. But you know what I'm saying? If they don't support you in that way, then maybe they could support whatever it is that you like, like for Ricardo, hey man, help him find his games and stuff like that, or whatever it is that he needs or that he's doing. Like, make sure that that's there. It don't necessarily have to be you supporting and buying something. And that goes for you and to how you deal with your friends and what they doing, supporting. You know what I'm saying? So make sure that sometimes it just take a simple share or simple this, or man, check my homeboy out, referrals, whatever. But make sure you around that type of people to be able to do that, right? What was your thought process at the time? Man, I don't even know what my thought process at the time was. I don't remember for real. I just know that I gave all the damn money away like it would not. It happened effortlessly too. It wasn't even a thought. It was just out my pocket into her hand. And it was so crazy because I remember her looking down at the money and she was like, she looked at me, looked at the money, put that shit in her purse. I guess she was like, I'm done for the night. Shit, I ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? And that's when she started telling me that, about my first time and all of that. Then after I had a conversation with her, she was like, yeah, don't you ever go to a strip club again. It's not for you. So I was like, okay.
She told you that? She said it to you?
Hell yeah, she told me that straight up. No bullshit.
Did you get the
That's
number?
love, though.
You say what?
That's love.
Did you get the phone number at least?
Yeah. That's what she told me. I had the phone number. So this is after us having a conversation and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And she was just telling me like, hey, that's not a place for you. You too good. You too good of a guy to go in there. You too what do they call it? Damn, not night. Huh?
Innocent?
Yeah, but it's like when it's something you call people that got a good heart. I sometimes not the word, I don't want to say green, but
Benevolent.
Vulnerable.
Yeah. It's like it's just you like you gonna overdo. I do got a good heart. That's my point. So automatically, my mindset is depends on what city you at too, though. But you in here because you ain't got no money for real. That's how my mindset was at the time. But now, man, I don't care what they do in the damn strip club. You're not finna see me in there. I'm not giving no dollar. So, excuse me, Nikki. Hey, hey, man, I got them dollars. That's what I tell the wife. And I got some dollars in here today or something. But I'll be damned if I go take it to anybody. I just can't do it. I don't see how other people do it. I just don't. And even for people that feel like, man, I'm finna go enjoy this with my lady. We finna go. Like, I get it if that's y'all thing kick to do, but man, you better call your homegirls up. I ain't going with y'all. Shit. Oh, everything. I wouldn't. Been there. Then it got to the point to where only way I would it be in a club or anything like that, shit, I gotta make $1 from it. And that's how everything started turning for me though. From that point on, and having a good heart. Because that era, now that I'm talking about it, that time and that era reminds me of always having a good heart, always getting taken advantage of, people always doing, and that happened. So then it went from me having a good heart to like fuck everybody. Then I felt like what that felt like to treat people wrong. I didn't like that either. So I think I would rather keep my good heart but protect it. And I think a lot of people with a good heart go through that. Like you always have a good heart. You know what I'm saying? Like even as a kid, I went through, having, and this is another thing y'all don't understand too, especially if y'all got sons. The first time your son tell you he got a girlfriend, he in love. And he in love for real. I ain't talking about play. I don't care how young you think that you too young for. No, they not. Promise you. They not gonna forget when they first gave their heart and somebody stepped on that shit. And a lot of y'all don't understand how early that happens. That's why it's kind of hard for y'all to understand when it comes to men. Because it usually happens early, about 6, 7, 8 years old. It ain't no 14, 15. It's not that. You got a few that kind of gets later on down because they couldn't get no women no way. But 6, 7 years old, 5, when you sending them little messages and them letters you write in school and all that, you like the girl you come to, you gotta, some people used to steal their mama necklaces to take it to the girl at school, all kind of shit. And then you come and you accept a note from Julio today? What? You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, first time I was crying. I ain't want to go to school. Bawled my eyes out. My shit hurt me. Take your ass to school. I ain't going to school. Yeah, I'm not going to school. Not today. I'm hurt. You know what I'm saying? But after that hurt got away, oh man.
Especially if you go to class with you too. Especially in there.
You know what I'm saying? And then especially at this time, the era was like, it was kind of like what you call the player area. Do y'all remember that area? How to be a player, all of that type of stuff. Do y'all remember that time?
Yeah.
All right, so this was big. This was a real big thing. People were trying to be players type thing. Not saying it ain't something today, but it was like a thing. They made movies. They did all kind of songs, stuff like that about it. So, yeah, these girls was out here being players. And I learned right then, oh, this how the game go? This how you supposed to play, say less. So I end up hurting a lot of people. A whole lot of people. A whole lot of people. Off of the vengeance I had on the person that I never showed the pain to in the first place. You understand what I'm saying? So I done hurt all these people,
Well,
and the person that is meant for never got to feel the actual pain or the wrath of that. Everybody else did though. What good did that do? It didn't do shit. But made me lose some good people in my life. And I ain't talking about just necessarily just dealing with women. I'm talking about people in general. Hurt people. Didn't give a damn about you. How? Because I felt like people didn't care either. This is how the world was out here playing this game. And then you realize, oh, this person actually cared. This person actually fuck with me like that. I didn't see it because I was too thinking that everybody was playing like this. So that's why if you got a good heart, just protect it. You don't have to lose it. You do not have to lose your good heart. Only thing you got to do is protect it, though. That don't mean it belongs to everybody. They don't believe everybody's supposed to have it. But you do need to protect it. And that is the most important thing for you to do. Because if you don't protect it, that's where the problem is going to fall. And it could turn you. It could change you. It could make you somebody that you really don't truly want to be, put you in situations that you don't want to be in. You know what I mean? Like,
That's the truth.
but hey, I've been told, hey man, you can't sell drugs. Your heart too good, bro. You up here giving the crack away. What is you doing? They supposed to be paying. You up here giving the shit away. You up here giving them prices like they the sellers instead of fiends or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They get mad because I wake up every morning and I go feed them, go buy their food, feed them breakfast, all that. They dog me out. You ain't supposed to be doing that shit. You can't be doing that. They owe you. They don't owe me shit. They still gotta eat. They brought your last dime. They brought their last dime to you last night, motherfucker. You can't get up and go feed them. You feel what I'm saying? They was like, yeah, bro, this ain't for you, bro. You got to get on up out of here, bro. You can't do this either. You got to go. This is not for you. And it's true. It wasn't for me. But God saved me through a lot of that, bro. I didn't. I guess it's for this. Because all of them went to jail, in prison, got killed. Couple got killed. Most of them, like I said, got cases. I end up with cases, going to jail. Whether they told, whatever, ain't got nothing to do with me. But that happened. Home got shot up. All kind of stuff happened after I left. And it's kind of like, that's why I know I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing today. Real talk. Every bit of it. Because I don't see any other reason for God to keep me here. I don't see any other reason for me not to been doing 25 to life. 25 years, 15 years or whatever, like just from driving all the way to Atlanta, coming back with 1.5 kilos and 7-8 pounds in the car. You know how many people y'all see get pulled over for that? I made it home. Every time. And was speeding. So you give me a good excuse or give me a good reason why I'm here right now. Because I can't give you no other reason than God. That's just being honest. I don't know other reason. You know, I'm grateful for it. I'm thankful for it. And I ain't even gonna say I knock what I seen because I learned a lot there. I learned to see a lot. I learned what not to do. I learned people there too. I learned to care for people even in their worst conditions, even from being in that environment as well. So, I've seen it, man. I've seen it, done a lot, done some shit I ain't necessarily proud of, but it happened. And the thing about it is you'll look and see my family and be like, bro, you ain't even have to do that shit. You right. I didn't. But at the time when I was saying something, when nobody listening to me about what I was saying and what I needed. So, hey, I had to find some type of way for myself. I got children. Y'all ain't trying to help me get there. So I found a way. And it wasn't the best way, but it was a way. But the thing about it is everybody praised that Eric. When I started becoming this Eric, that's when everybody started talking about me. I wasn't shit. So you mean I was the shit when I was selling drugs, but I ain't shit now? Like, make that make sense. You know what I'm saying? And what really made me walk away from it was the day I seen my homeboy's dad come up. And he was trying to buy something. And I was like, bro, I can't do this. I can't sell you nothing. I can't do that to you. I can't do that to my partner. I don't care if I know you do it, he know you do it, whatever. Like, I'm not gonna be the one to give it to you. That's not gonna happen. And then you gotta understand, at this time, I was reading my Bible every night at this particular time. And one day it was just like, God said, I love my people. So if you can't do it to him, don't do it to the rest. And then that morning I woke up, I remember getting in the car. I had a Cadillac 93 DeVille. I had one of those. It was tan, champagne-like color. It was beautiful. I got in it. I had about 7 grams of cocaine. Hopped in the car, drove off. I seen the police. He passing me, I'm passing him. We going by each other like this. He stopped. He hit his brakes. I knew he was turning around to come get me. I turned left. Probably got up the road about over half a mile up. I seen him speeding behind me doing about 100. I Knew he was coming. Thank God he gave me time. Man, first time I ever had to stuff something. Took it, stuffed it, and shit. Waited on him to get there. He asked to search the car all this time. He asked for my license, registration, everything like that. And I asked him why he pulled me over. He walked around my whole car trying to find something. He finally found like a little crack in my light. Was like, your light's cracked. I said, bro, this car light's been cracked for 7 months, bro. What you want? Dude looked me dead in my face and said, I'm going to be on this force for 25 more years. I promise I'm going to catch you. I said, that's all you want out of your 25 years? I said, I promise you, you're not going to see me again. Because what you just basically told me, you willing to do anything and everything to catch me in that manner. So I still went, made my play, came back, and then I gave my homie his cut, told him that's it. Mind you, 2 weeks before that, I had a black Cadillac. Same body style, everything. I was in it. Driving down the road, I had probably about 1.5 ounces of crack on me. I'm sitting there chilling. I get to a place where I'm finna turn left, like just turn left. I'm sitting there waiting, in the turning lane or whatever. 75 miles an hour is what they clocked at. Ran into the back of me. Boom. Dope went everywhere. Do you hear me? A car wreck. Dope went everywhere. I ain't even got time to think about it if I'm hurt. I'm trying to get the dope up.
That's crazy.
And got it up. Just so happened to be, it was somebody on the side of the road because we was next to their little car wash shop. They was somebody I knew, went to school with everything. They saw it was me. I told them to come here. They came over there. I gave it to them because I knew the police was coming and everything. I was able to go. They took the car, whatever. I went to the doctor. Went on home. That's why I'm telling y'all. I'm just explaining to y'all where I'm supposed to be at and why I'm here right now. I was supposed to be going in. Had another time. Met this female I was talking to. Brought her home. Brought her down with me, and she kicking with the boys, and then or whatever, kicking it out with us. The homeboys, they some damn hound dogs when they see something new around, kind of like what you see on the old Bugs Bunny when they get to slapping their feet because a woman that came around and all that, and the tongue they was them type of dudes. Boy, they couldn't help it. So I guess she must have been scared. They was trying to impress her. They had put like, man, did y'all see how Dwight Howard's wife did on her little live she had? Y'all know Dwight Howard, the basketball player.
Yep.
Oh, so y'all didn't see what his wife just did? Y'all didn't see? Yeah, she had a whole bag of cocaine sitting up there talking about this while her family gone. She holding it up. She holding it up, the evidence. But anyway, that's how they put that shit on the table in front of her. I never forget, they put that shit on the table in front of her. It was a bunch of it, too. And I think it was like money on the table, all kind of shit going on. I walk in there. I'm in my back room, so I walk to the front. And all I hear is her giving up the address. Yes, 205 Ingram Street, such and such, such and such. Now, mind you, my street is my name, last name, Ingram Street, right? Yeah, 205, so it's like Ingram Street. I'm like, I grabbed the phone. Who you on the phone? That's the phone out of here. Who you on the phone? Give me the addresses to. Man, I listen. This the dispatcher. It's the dispatcher on the phone. Man, I hang up. The same dude that said he gonna be on the floor for 25 years, he gonna catch me, right? Bro, this dude, before I can even get off the phone good enough and turn around and walk to the back, the sheriff was already in our house. Like, walked in. He in there. He's standing in the house. dope all on the table. Listen to what I'm telling you. A whole bunch of dope and money all on the table everywhere. Know he seen it. But some in my mind clicked and said, hey, man, I don't care what you try to do in here today. You can't do it. You don't got no warrant. Why you coming here? You can't. You stepped in this house without a warrant, et cetera. So anything you do is going to be messed up. Now, I didn't know shit about what I know now. But something made me say that. Something made me say that. Then he was like, he said, he said, well, I'll tell you what you can do then. You can step outside with me. I said, man, I ain't finna go nowhere. I'm finna go. I said, I'll be right back. So this is the time when Mike Brown got shot, right? So I walk around the corner, I go into the back. He said, I tell you what, you come back from back there, you better come back around here right. So I stuck my hands out like this. I said, what you gonna do, Mike Brown me? I said, man, I'm just getting my lawyer on the phone. As soon as I said I'm getting my lawyer on the phone, he stepped his ass outside. He said, well, come on outside with me. So now when I step outside, he put me in handcuffs. He put me in handcuffs. He say, all right, for my safety, I'm gonna put you in handcuffs. I'm gonna sit you in the car. It's too many of y'all out here. I can't deal with all y'all. Mind you, they locked the doors, cut all the light off. They jumped out the back window, went out that way, took everything with them. I got the key on my neck. I got the key to the house on my neck. Now, they snooping around all around the house trying to find something because he know what he's seen in there. So now he's trying to find something outside that can get him back inside. So they was willing to come take the key off my neck to go in the house if he wanted to. But he didn't know I had the key. He kept asking, where the key at? Where the key at? I need to get in the house. Where the key? I said, man, we ain't getting on this. You ain't got no key, man. I ain't got no key. You know what I'm saying? So he wasted all this little time go by. They couldn't do nothing. They couldn't find nothing or whatever. Got out the car. He took me out the car, took the handcuffs off of me. Then he gonna ask me, like, he was saying, like, you gonna take the female home? I was like, hell no, you take her home. She called you? Obviously, she was in distress. Like, I'm not finna take her home. You can take her home, is what you can do. She called y'all. But anyway, that's another situation. So it took me a minute to figure out what had happened because one day I got pulled over and I had like a old warrant for a ticket. And they took me to the sheriff's office and it was a dude that was in there. And he said, your name's Eric Ingram, man? I said, yeah. He said, you still got all that drugs and money on the table? I said, drugs and money? I was like, I don't know what he's talking about. Then I thought about it. I was like, oh, shit. They had that shit on his body cam when he came in that damn house that time. They seen all that shit. Now, mind you, after that day, guys, this how bad it was. And this is why I'm telling y'all this story because, again, the only reason I'm here is because of what God has for me today to do. I promise that's the only reason I think I'm here. Because after that happened, the sheriff came and sat outside my house every single day. If you left my house, you was getting pulled over. If you come on my street and you leave my street, you getting pulled over. Mind you, 2 people that I knew got pulled over, and they both told them my name. So again, I'm going to ask y'all, how am I still here today?
God.
Most High.
God did. God.
And that's why I'm telling y'all, this is divine. This is divine.
Amen.
And yeah, I was raised in the church. Mom, daddy, pastor, all that. Yes. So y'all say preachers' kids the worst, whatever. Y'all made me like that. Shit. But you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But like, I went through all of that, man, and I still give a praise to God because that time for me was like, it was serious, bro. It was real serious. You know what I'm saying? I didn't had guns pulled on me. I didn't had them pull up on me 12 deep. Everybody got guns telling me I gotta leave. You know what I'm saying? And I just sat there on the porch and I said, the first one of y'all bad enough to move. Because they didn't know I know that I got the right to kill every last one of y'all out here. Y'all came here with guns to cause harm.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? Like for
You
real.
said it.
And I knew I
Yeah,
did. I
exactly.
didn't move. I didn't go nowhere. But I knew nobody went finna touch me. Now, mind you, I checked this out. That same night, dude snuck in the house. Dude snuck in the house to go behind us. So we all kind of go back in the house. I guess they like, all right, well, we can settle this matter, talk it out, whatever. We didn't know dude was in the house. So we didn't know dude was in the house until he shot himself in the leg. Shot himself in the leg. They ended the altercation. He gotta go home. They go home. So it went from a situation that could have turned into a shootout. Now, mind you, the same group of people that just came to my crib, they had a shootout the next day with the people up the street from me. Shot their whole crib up. So again, why am I still here? You know? That's why I know, man, like, can't nobody tell me God ain't real or purpose is not real. And there are things far greater than your own understanding that is going to take you on your journey of life that you're not going to know why you in the situation that you in now or what you went through. But when you go back and look, you're like, oh, okay, I understand. I get it. Then you be like, well, why you ain't just tell me in the first place? Like, no. Because if I didn't go through this, I wouldn't be able to reach every single last one. I can reach every last one of y'all on any level y'all want to talk on. I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't go through what I went through. So if we want to walk in a courtroom, a business office room amongst CEOs, I can sit down and talk to them too. We want to go down here in the street, in any hood, I can go to any hood in the street and I'm going to be just fine. Worried about that either. And I can delay the message to you so you can understand it just as much as they do. Right? I can use our daily life and show you how it still fits into what you need to know and learn. I wouldn't have had that gift if God didn't give it to me that way. So, it's special, man. It's special to be able to say a lot of hard times, a lot of crying times, a lot of challenging my people, my folks, arguing with folks, being hated, being this, being that. It's a lot. And I ain't got to make up not one word. I got, trust me, it ain't something I'm proud of. But again, I come from that. I came from that. I'm here with this. That's why I appreciate y'all when y'all be telling me about people be talking and all this type of shit. But look, y'all, I do not care, yo. I know what real beef is like. These people talking on the internet saying, well, that's not beef, bro. I could care less what they say, talk about me, how they don't, that don't mean nothing. Because I know when the real smoke gets there, people disappear. It's not something that people really want to take to that extreme. So, hey man, like what's the name said, hey man, hey, we over here listening to violin music and all of that, man. You got to do something. You got to do something to my family. Other than that, I ain't got no reason to beef. It's not. I don't care. I'd rather meet a place where we can have an understanding. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm serious when I say this. Somebody just literally threatened my life because I said something about the 14th Amendment citizen the other day. It just threatened my life. Like, I'll fucking kill you. I'll come to you wherever you at right now. We'll just let it all out. We'll just do it. And I'm just like, okay. And see, that person don't know that if I was to ever see you, I'm not gonna hesitate to hurt you, because you done already made your threat. And see, a lot of y'all don't understand that. Yeah, I screenshot every fucking thing. Anytime somebody ever try to defame my name, trust me, I screenshot all y'all shit. I got it. You made a threat against me, screenshot. I'm gonna take a picture of your face, everything. Because if I ever see you and you just walking and approach me, I got every right to smoke your ass. Quick. I got all the proof of all the threats. I was scared. I feared for my life. Look at this. And they came all the way here and they meant they were gonna do it. Okay. I'm not stupid at all. Far from it. I ain't no badass either. Shit, I done been in the fights and everybody I used to get to fight with was older than me, so I can't sit up here and tell you I won every fight. Shit, my brother and them 10, 11 years older than me, bro. His first cousin, all of them older than me. So I ain't gonna sit up here and lie like I done won every fight. I done got my ass beat a lot, but you ain't gonna beat it. You know what I'm saying? Shit, but I'm just trying to tell you, like, I know what it means to take an ass one. I know how to get one. I ain't afraid of that either. But the point is, it's just I'm humble. I'm humble. I love what I do. I love to do what I do. But y'all, I promise y'all, and I appreciate everybody to tell me about who said this or who saying that. It's just to keep my eye open to know. But I promise y'all, I'm not worried about these folks, bro. Not like that. Not to where it's like I feel like I need to do something, say something, because I do know they talk. I do know they said this or whatever, but I'm good. God got me. If God got me through all of that, you know what I'm saying? I've been robbed, point blank range, pointed at, pull the trigger, nothing come out. Point blank range, pull the trigger, bullets come out. They missing me. I'm laughing. I didn't have it happen. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't even explain it. I don't even know why I laughed. I wasn't scared, but everything was in slow motion. The shit felt like some Matrix shit. But that's why when y'all can y'all can't hear this song, can y'all? Nah, y'all can't hear this song. If y'all on YouTube, you can hear this song. But matter of fact, this song I play sometimes. Y'all know the song that I be playing, The Sun Gonna Shine on Me? All right, so on that song, that's what this song is about. It's after I got robbed. And that's why I said at the end that, you know, I should have killed him. If I would have pulled it from my hip, it would have been 25 to life. I had a gun right next to me. For some reason, I didn't kill him. And I told them when they tried to rob me, mind you, that the only reason them dudes still alive today is because my daughter wasn't with me. Had she been with me, I promise you I was gonna kill her. It wouldn't been nothing in the world stopping me from doing it. But she went with me. I was at my mom's crib. Some young dudes I known. I feed them, rock with them. Would have gave them anything. They decided they wanted to rob me that day. Hiding in the bushes. Two of them was hiding in the bushes. I sat in the front seat. I was finna smoke a blunt with them, told them to take me to the store. I was finna get some cigars and some little beer or something. We was gonna kick it and just chill. All I know is the door swung open. Now, mind you, where I live at, it's one way in, one way out. So I knew right then they came with them. I knew you couldn't trick me. They was hiding in the bushes, and you not coming up here unless you family, unless somebody told you can come, right? And I knew they was coming, so they was the only ones coming. But the door swung open, and then everybody in the car just looked at me. I'm like, what the fuck y'all looking at me? He said, empty y'all pockets, what y'all doing? I said, oh, okay. I see what's going on. I had about $300-400 in my pocket. I took it out, and I took the bag of weed, and I busted it open, and I threw all of that shit in the floor. Every bit of it. Throwed it in the floor. Now, some of y'all like, why you do that? Because I really wanted to kill him. And I knew if I throwed it in the ground and threw it in the floor, that they couldn't leave until they get that shit up. Because they wanted the money. You wanted it. Right? So I get out the car, and I started just sliding back, walking backwards while I'm still watching them, reaching there. Then I hear my mama screaming. Like, I'm like, now, dude done shot twice. Shot twice at me. Pow, pow. I'm laughing. I'm still walking back. Trying to get to the car. My mama, she hollering, screaming. I'm telling her, get back in the house. So by then, they still rumbling, scrambling. I look in the Trailblazer, and it was a gun right there. But I ain't want to shoot him with that gun. I wanted the big gun. So I wanted to go in the house. Went in the house. Now, it just got to be God making me go get it. I went to go get the shotgun, whatever I had in. I forgot. It was like a shotgun or something else. I went to go get it. And my mama stood in front of the door. Mind you, by the time I walked outside, they still bent down in the car trying to get the shit up. And I don't know, my mama just pleaded for him. And I stopped. But I could have killed them right then. All of them. Laid them out right there. But what I do remember happening is after that, all my older cousins, first cousins, they end up calling me, going the fuck off on me and all this type of shit. And one of my cousins, he pulled up. He pulled up to my crib. That man woke me out the bed with the gun on my hip to my side. Get your ass up. What? Man, what you doing? Man, get up. I said, bet. I'm getting up, man. I'm getting up. And I put my clothes on and shit like that. He was like, what you doing bringing this shit over here to your mama? I said, man, you act like I did it. But you know what you doing. You can't trust nobody like that. And I said, all right, whatever. He said, who was it? Man, I tell him who it was. He said, oh, that's who it was. I said, yeah, man. He said, come on, get in the car. I said, man, we not finna go nowhere. Like, I'm finna go back in the house. He said, nah, we going with me. Bro, this man went and knocked on this woman's door. And when she seen who it was, and he told her what he was here for, man, she broke down crying. Please don't kill my baby, please. I know what you here to do. I know you. I know what you would do. Don't do it. And I looked at bro. I was like, bro, what you doing? Nah, they gonna learn not to fuck with our name. You ain't gonna do that. I can't let. And he said, I ain't gonna let you slide. Either you finna whoop this motherfucker today or something. Dude wouldn't know. Thank God he wouldn't. I'm glad he was not there. Cause I didn't want to do nothing. It's over with now. To me, if I ain't do nothing that night, everything we doing there premeditated, I ass going to jail for life. We not ever getting out. I don't want to do nothing now. So he did though. I'm not on the retaliation side no more. Let me just let it go. But I end up seeing the guy that was driving. I end up seeing him one day. He was in the car with his girl, and he hopped out at the gas. We at the gas station, and I seen him. I was like, boom, I slammed on the brakes, throwed it in park. I hopped out and I ran around the car so he couldn't see me. Like, and right when he jumped out, I grabbed him. I snatched him out the car, and then I throwed him up against the car, and I said, it could have happened just that fast. Just that fast, bro. Your life is in my hands. Whatever I want to do with it, just like that. And I looked him dead in the face. I said, I'll forgive you. I said, but the only reason y'all alive is because my daughter was not with me. Had y'all robbed me while my daughter was there, it was up. It was going to have to happen. Mind you, 2 of those people are in jail for murder right now.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, they in jail for murder right now. God's judgment is better than your judgment. You say what, bro?
Amen. Amen.
I said, fucking knuckleheads, man.
You feel me? And God's judgment is better than any of our judgment can ever be. And I'm gonna say that. And like I say, I ain't no tough dude. I ain't no killer. I'm a protector. I'm a lover that's going to protect his family. That's what I am. And that's what I was willing to do to make sure that type of shit don't happen again. But and y'all just got me reflecting. I'm glad y'all let me have this talk because it just reminds me. And I've been kind of thinking about a lot of stuff here lately. Like today, I'm telling y'all, I had every intention to not get up and do this. But just this right here, talking about this, it reminds me why I should always continue to get up and do this. Because God has me here for this moment. Could have took me away then. Matter of fact, I ain't even got to start with all that shit. I could start back when I was born. Bro, I was on the damn table. I was in the hospital first 5 years, probably majority of my first 5 years, constantly in the hospital. Asthma bad, couldn't breathe worth a damn. In them big ass bubble incubator things they used to put you in. I remember being in there, sitting there watching Star Wars with my mom. Stayed in there. We stayed in it. Actually died on the damn table, to be honest with you. When I was an infant, they brought me back. I can remember being, a lot of people say you can't remember stuff when you're young. Well, I guess if it's traumatizing, you can remember, because I can still remember getting poked with them needles. I remember that woman poking me. I remember her tripping over that shit, and then they had to do it again. I remember all that. Every bit of it. I wasn't supposed to play no sports. I wasn't supposed to do none of that shit. None. My feet, they was inside. They were facing backwards. They had to break my feet when I was a baby. All that. So I had a rough first 5 years. You know what I'm saying? Rough. Now I'm talking about the asthma that if some dust in the room wrong, you might want to take me to the hospital. That's how bad it was. And now y'all like, and you smoking now? Hey, look, all I can say is God, because I don't got none of that going on in my life right now. You know what I'm saying? But at that time, and that's why I say, like, so for all the attempts that's been on my life since I've been here, and y'all, I'm sure y'all can say the same thing. I'm pretty sure my stories ain't shit to compare to some of y'all in here, seriously. But, you know.
Nah, I never heard nothing like that though before. You heard? God bless you, bro.
Oh man, it happened, bro. That's why I say I'm here for a reason. I'm here for a purpose, like, and I don't never like want to take that for granted. So, you know, I try to share my life, my story, my knowledge, the wisdom that I have to the best of my ability. If I got any shortcomings with y'all, man, don't hold it to my heart. My heart is good. Sometimes my mind ain't. You know what I'm saying? And it's always appreciated. You know, one of the biggest things that I would say that affects me or the most is, and I say this to all y'all all the time, y'all might not never know it, but just, you know, my father, man, I always wonder if my father is proud of me. I've never heard that from him before, ever. Never. And, you know, I've heard people say it. My mom say, hey, your father's proud of you. I just heard my mama tell me that she's proud of me, like, probably in the past. Well, we went to Houston, last year? Year before last? Like, yeah. Just heard it from her for the first time. Now, she didn't always tell me she loved me, but every child wants to know his parents is proud of them. Because especially when you know you on that journey to make them proud as well. But that's something that you want to hear. And I didn't hear that. So yeah, do it affects me or do it bother me sometimes? Yeah, it do. Because, you know, it could be some certain times where, like, I'll be watching a show or something, and like a kid or a dad and a kid is talking. And it's like, I don't know. And it's like I catch that moment every time. I don't know why. I think it's more of a spiritual thing than anything. But I could just walk by a TV and it's a kid and his father. And his father saying, I'm proud of you. That happens to me a lot. A whole lot. I'm talking about just different movies. I could probably walk upstairs right now and something like that could be on. And it usually come at the time where I start thinking about it. Like, I wonder, did I do enough? Like, I wonder, did I make you proud? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I wonder. I wonder if I'm taking care of what you left here with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my mother, but you left her here with us to take care of. Are we taking care of her in the way that we should? You know what I'm saying? Everything that you love, because he left a legacy. I got plenty of land, plenty of stuff, you know, and just to be able to have it and being able to know that we ain't lost it, we still got it. And I think, you know, if my dad hadn't passed, I don't think that I would be the man I am today. Because that was my backbone. That was like my shit. I can fuck up anytime. I'm good. I know I can go to Pops. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like what it was like. So once you took that crutch away from me, it wasn't no asking nobody nothing. That's gone now. Completely gone. I ain't never asked my mama for nothing for real like that. So, you know, I never did. I think the first time I asked my mama to do is because I ain't had no credit was for her to co-sign on something with me. But other than that, I ain't never asked her for nothing like that. But my pops, oh shit, pops, I need a car. I'm asking him for anything. Pops, I need a few $100, pops. You know what I'm saying? I'm asking him for whatever. He might tell me you gotta work for it or something. Cool, what we working? That's basically what I'm saying. I don't mind working, just tell me what I need to do. But once that left, I had to figure it out. I had to find a way. I had to make a decision, man. And then I'm gonna tell y'all this story. And then that's enough about me. Before I get off here. I don't even know why y'all still here listening to this shit. But I'm gonna tell y'all one more story, man. And this is around the time. Now, mind you, my pops died. That's why I said April 11th. My father basically died. 10 months later, my daughter dropped. That's Ava. Ava was born in February, like right after that. So, but I never forget my pops. I remember when he died. I remember my brother beating on the damn door at 3:00 in the morning, crying his heart out, talking about we need to go down there, right? I remember my dad laying down on the ground, damn near halfway under the bed. And my dad's a big dude. So my dad was like maybe 6'3", 6'4", about 260, 270. He definitely big. He's bigger. He was definitely. I'm a pretty nice size now, but he definitely was bigger than I am right now. So I say about 270. Big dude. So imagine a 5'6", 5'7" woman having to pull a dude out from under the bed, a dead body at that, trying to give dead weight, trying to give it CPR. So I know that was terrible for her to have to go through to experience that. But I remember, we got there, and that night it was a halo around the moon, a big halo. And the coroner came, everything like that. Now it's like I'm having a whole flashback. I can see it all right now, but I remember them taking him out. And he, just hold on a second, y'all. Forgive me. But he basically, I think for me, I think that, you know what I'm saying, he was tired, bro. And if you know, my pops was a workaholic. So, and when you take people that work, and all they know is work, like if they ever have to sit down, it's gonna destroy them. And I think that did that to him a lot. But I remember that happening and everything like that. And the day comes up and we got to bury my pops. We buried my pops. Had a good time, everything like that. And that same night though, I make it back home. I had a friend, and his name was Matt McCravey. And Matt was he was Caucasian, was a white boy, cool dude. Met him through another friend, locked in. And I'm gonna tell y'all something about Matt. Me and Matt, we used to sell a little weed together and stuff like that. And he would always, like, we'll get in the car, we'll go get it, and he'll be like, "Hey man," he said, "if you ever got any problems, anybody, you make sure you let me know, bro. I'll take care of that." Now Matt looked like Zach off Saved by the Bell. Like, he did not look like the type of dude that you thought was gonna hurt a fly. He dressed like it. He always
He brought it back though.
he had the preppy clothes. Like, he dressed like Carlton off Fresh Prince though. You know what I'm saying? Like, every day, that's how he dressed. Cool dude. But he drove a Pathfinder, and he used to keep a 45 in the car, and he used to always tell me, man, "Hey man, don't." And then he'll tell me, "Hey man," and another thing too, if we ever get into a situation with the police, get out the car. I ain't going to jail. I said, "What?" I just laughing out like, man, chill out, man. We ain't got no shit to worry. He's like, "Nah, bro, I'm telling you, I want you to get out the car because I'm not going to jail." And I just didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, what he meant. But anyway, we used to have very spiritual talks, and this is when I had learned to be careful about who you open up as well. But he opened his for sure. And he saw a lot, and we talked about a lot, and he used to text me all the time. He's like, "What's up, God?" I'd be like, man, stop saying that. He was like, nah, I know, bro. I'm gonna always say that to you. And anyway, so that night he came in and his ex, fiance did some shit, whatever, but he's just coming in. He was like, man, I just come to check on you, man. I know it's late, but I've been waiting on you all day to get home so I can just make sure you're good. I know you lost your pops, this and that. And we talked for a minute. And he gets up, give me a hug, and he's like, bro, I love you, man. I appreciate you. Ain't nobody ever been a real friend to me like you have. Like, you don't try to get over me. You help me. You give to me. You let me come to your crib. You let me eat with you, whatever. Like, I appreciate you. And he was like, but he's like, man, I ain't gonna hold y'all up too much longer. I'm finna go have me a good time. So I said, all right, bet. So he leaves the house. Y'all, I get a call right at about 12 o'clock. It's late, about 12. Y'all say about 12 o'clock. The first thing he tell me is, bro, I just shot a cop in the face. I said, what? He's like, yeah, bro, I just shot a cop in the face. I pulled up on him. He was like, I was listening to y'all music. I was rapping it. And I asked him, he was like, why y'all treat God's people like that? Y'all need to stop. Y'all out here doing wrong. Y'all can't keep treating God's people like that. He said, so I just took it out and I unloaded the clip. Unloaded the clip on him. I said, what? I said, man, what the fuck is you talking about? What you got going on? He's like, nah, bro. He's like, nah, all games aside, like I'm dead serious. I just unloaded the clip on him. He said, I got one left in the chamber. He said, bro, I love you. I hate it gotta be this way, or that it happened this way. He was like, but you gonna look on the news. That was it. And sure enough,
That's crazy.
an hour later,
Yo, bro.
I looked on the news and he had just killed himself and he damn sure shot the officer. And that shit happened. I was so fucked up that day, man. I think I was lost probably like 2-3 days. I don't even think I was in my body for like 2-3 days. I couldn't even understand like just burying my pops and then like that happened the same night that we just put, you know what I'm saying? It was wild, like, but and I just, but I go back and I look at all the warnings he used to tell me, like, bro, we get pulled over by the police, bro. I'm not going to jail. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of stuff. And it's like, and I know people who played with him, and I stopped him. I thought, he was playing. He told one dude owed him some money. He told dude, he was like, hey, man, you either going to give me my money or I promise you I'm going to pull up on you Sunday service while you coming out of church. And I'm going to make you and everybody, whoever with you, it's going to come out of all y'all pocket. and mind you, this dude looked like Zach by Saved by the Bell, dressed preppy, all of that. So you gonna think this a dude you could actually take advantage of. Mind you, I never thought he would take it that far. And even when he said that to that dude, I didn't think. But now that I know he just pulled up on this police and shot him, I was like, damn, God, you really had a shooter beside me for real that I didn't think was serious. You know what I'm saying? And me and my it just came across it's been a year. It just came across not too long ago. And I was telling my nephew, I said, bro, I said, you remember when this happened? He was like, man, I was just thinking about this stuff. And I was like, yeah. And I said, what is it that's so special about us that God keep just moving us out the way, bro? Like, what's special about us that we just constantly keep getting moved out the way at the right time? Because any other time, y'all, I get in the car and go with this dude and we go kick it. We go somewhere. We might pull up at a little bar or something, drink. You know what I'm saying? That's what he was really trying to come get me to do. Like, hey, man, just get out and come out, man. I didn't go. And maybe if I would have went that night, maybe he wouldn't have shot dude. And then of course, his mom, them racist as shit, they all blamed it on me. And I was like, well, y'all didn't love him. That's kind of what drove him to this shit. He kept trying to come to y'all. Y'all kept trying to push him away and control his life about a lot of different stuff. His fiance stole all his money and everything. And I was like, honestly, usually y'all rich people jump out of windows because you can't handle not having fucking money. But he had a little hustle about himself. But other than that, but I just remember that time, man. I just, like I say, I ask myself all the time, like, what's the reason why you keep moving me out the way, keeping me out of harm's way? Out of all the places I done been, all the clubs I done been, people shooting at right dead at the door. 2 people get hit beside me. I didn't get hit, but this dude shot dead at the door where I was standing. You know what I'm saying? Like, crazy car wrecks I done been in. Just a lot. And I can't think of no other reason, man, for me having to be here than for what this purpose is today. But I appreciate y'all listening. Y'all didn't have to. I appreciate y'all time.
We appreciate you unleashing the testimony and doing all that, man. It's good to get to know you, you heard? For real.
Man, that ain't knowing me though, man. I
Yeah,
can't
I
say
ain't gonna lie.
that.
Nah, but
No, I get what you said.
you know what I mean? Uh-huh.
What'd you say, bro?
Sometimes it's good to hear those stories so you can get a better perspective of your own life and other people's lives. Thank you. Gratitude.
Thank you for sharing your heart with us.
Thank you for the God in you being available, for the God in us to increase everything. That one seed that you think was so little grew into you, and we were able to indulge with you and your family with it. Ashe.
Absolutely, man.
All right, thank you. Thank you,
Absolutely.
the Most High, for allowing us to connect. Thank you, man.
Nah, man. I give praise to God, like I keep saying to y'all, because like I'm saying this because I really don't, like, other than God, bro. There's no other answer for me to say why I'm here, because I done lost so many people to the same situations I've been in. I done seen people die from the exact same type of situations I've been in or less. You know what I'm saying? So I know that's why I'm supposed to be here doing what I'm doing now, and can't nobody tell me different. That's why I ain't never let nobody shake me off of this, because I understood that this is it. This is where I found purpose. This is where I found love and passion to do. This is why I found where I guess God makes sense to me. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Well,
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like,
Absolutely.
because at first, I mean, to be honest with you, at first, God, church, etc., was just something to do, something I was made to do, had to do, and something that you would try to convict me in if I didn't do it. It was never no real understanding. It just was all fear based. Never any real understanding, just straight fear based. You better do this, you better do that, you don't do this, we whooping your ass, you don't do this, whatever the case may be. It was just fear based. It was never no real.
fire and brimstone.
Yeah, it wasn't over no real purpose and understanding. And I didn't really gain that till, like I say, till I started hitting, 28 in my 30s, 28, 29, 30, yeah. So, yeah, I didn't really start hitting those till then. Yeah, at all. So I was really willing to take that journey and go on it. So then I started questioning God. I started questioning everything. Everybody was like, hey, he's radical now. He's crazy. He's ignorant. He's stupid. What would his dad think of him now? And then once I like found my peace in that, like once God showed me the whole world will turn on you just for believing in him, I was like, okay, I get it. And I'm saying for you knowing God for yourself, not for what they try to tell you. Once I found that, then it was like, it just was different. Like now I know you can't tell me about God. You can't tell. And then most people that try to sit in front of me and tell me about God, I just be like, bro, do you really want to go there? I don't think you do. Because if we go there, then everything that because you're gonna bring your scholar to me, and I'm gonna bring my spirit to you, and it's gonna be two different worlds that you ain't gonna really truly get to understand because I see it, I know it, I know what it is. You gotta understand. I lived with a pastor, and I also watched this same exact man who preached to y'all every single Sunday question his faith before he died. I watched it. I watched him have a real understanding. And then in that particular time, while he was questioning his faith on his bed, he told me, he said, "Hey son, read everything. Don't just stop at the Christian way. Read it all. Because there's some stuff out there that they ain't telling you." It's exactly what he told me. Never forget it. And I took it to heart and I started reading everything. I started questioning everything, questioning everyone. And just like y'all, when you first get into this, it's angry, it's pissed off. You lied to me. You did this. You did that. You convicting everybody. You ready to cast judgment and judge everybody about every damn thing. And now you can tell them people that's still in that stage. Soon as Thanksgiving come up, they killed them. You shouldn't be eating. You know what I'm saying? Like you still mad. You still angry. You haven't found the love to enjoy your family. Who cares about whatever all that other shit is? Enjoy your family right now. Have certain conversations that's going to matter so you can make that happen instead of you coming in and being a splinter in everybody's hand. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's different. I used to be the same way though. I used to, hey man, what y'all doing this for? They murdered people and they did this and now they trying to do what about the St. Patrick's Day? Okay, we know all of that. We know all of that. But that don't change nothing if you ain't gonna willing to move and do something different. It ain't. It ain't. Boy, y'all have got my time tonight. Y'all have got my time tonight.
I've definitely been listening and enjoying every bit of it. I normally be sleep, but you
Come
got
on,
my
there it is. Yeah.
Well, next time Ricardo will be on here to tell us his story. We're gonna sit here and we're gonna listen to him.
Come on, niggas. If y'all won't hear 'em, man. I do. But we'll do it on the next time around.
No, no,
Definitely,
no.
of course.
And you know what? It could be a day where we do stuff like this and just let people open themselves up to talk about stuff. It could be a way to free yourself, your mind, whatever, and help people understand other people. You know, I'm up to those type of things. Actually, y'all, this is how this started out with me. So to a lot of people that know me, been around way before we even got into like, if you remember LIP, if we remember that, all right. I used to get on there. We used to have all these different spiritual talks all the time, all the time. And then that led up to me knowing that we have to get into law. And that's how we got here. So full and ready. Appreciate y'all. Peace, love, and law. I'm gone for real this time.
All
Peace
right,
and
so
love.
respect.
peace, love, and
King,
love.
have a
I'm out, y'all. Y'all have a great one.